Why are you stopping me from going? His voice shook as it grew in volume. Looking at him, Sia's golden eyes welled up with tears. She stepped forward and hugged him. You can't fight such monsters. You'll kill yourself. Young Varian trembled. They were both 15 years this year. Sia had awakened in Mind Path a few months ago. Young Varian used up the money from his part-time job and gave her a surprise gift. A 0-star bracelet. Even though it wasn't even 1 star, not any weapon could be a 0-star. He still remembered their cheerful shouts as they danced till late. He was happy and excited. Sia awakened. He was next. Except, a year passed and he never awakened. They had no money to hire adventurers. So dungeons were not an option. As his peers awakened one by one, Varian's mood went from excitement to hope to nervousness and finally fear. He was already left behind. What would happen to his dreams of ending the war? The dream he was pushing himself for the past 5 years. The brutal training he never missed despite sickness. If he didn't awaken, what was the point? So young Varian thought of a solution. Fight the strongest level 0 animals. For instance, a mutated tiger or a lion. These were still weaker than any level 1 magic beasts. But to him, their danger was too high. Thus, the current scene. Please. Just wait for some time. You'll awaken. Sia's tears drenched his chest. She held him tight. She was trembling. Neither of them thought they'd grow so close in a few years. But, how long? Young Varian's voice turned rough. Sia's body stiffened. Everyone in our class already awakened. Even the guys who never trained in their lives. They can't even do 10 push-ups. Young Varian's voice grew erratic. He wasn't a complainer. He always tried to do his best. But, I know there is no fairness. But I won't lay in my house wishing I'd awaken. He grabbed her shoulders and separated her. Looking at beautiful tear-stricken face, his heart ached. But his fear was too much to bear. I will do whatever I can. He looked into her golden eyes and said. Then he turned around and walked towards the main door. Sia bit her lip and she trembled. She liked his stubbornness. Liked how he never gave up. But now, that was the very thing that was pushing him to his death. She dashed in front of him and spread her arms, blocking the main door. Looking at his stubbornness, her sorrow turned to rage and she yelled. Varian, if you take another step outside, I'll use my powers and stop you. Young Varian's breath turned rough. He tried to take deep breaths to control himself. It always worked. Always. Not this time. He glared at her, his voice beyond solemn as he growled. So this is why I want to awaken. I can't even take my own decisions. I can't pursue my dream. Sia gnashed her teeth as tears flowed down her cheeks. Your life is more important. It is I who decides it. Not you. Young Varian stepped forward and pushed her out of the way. Sia stumbled down. His last words stopped her from acting. If you can stop me now, I'll take it that you don't want me to awaken after awakening yourself. She curled up in front of the door and wailed. Why? He knew she didn't mean it. She wanted him to awaken the most. Even more than himself. If she could, she'd rather him awaken than herself. But his words, they pierced her heart and Sia didn't know it could hurt so much. The one that could hurt you the most are the ones you love the most. That didn't mean the pain was less. Sia hated herself for her inability. She couldn't help him go to dungeon. She couldn't even help him fight those level 0 monsters. Instead, she was trying to stop him. It was for his safety, but except for worrying, she felt useless. Never give up hope. Varian. She hurriedly got up and ran down the stairs, and almost tripped. Her beautiful brown hair was disheveled as she jumped onto the hover bike and rushed off to a particular venue. 10 minutes passed since he left. Go. Break the speed limit. Reach there in time. She gripped the Phoenix bracelet and hoped nothing happened. We don't have any heirloom except this dragon bracelet. So I thought, why not have another heirloom? Here you go. An awesome Phoenix bracelet. It can stabilize your mental state and help you a bit. After putting the bracelet on her wrist, he too stretched his hand and compared their bracelets. He glanced at her with a sagely expression. Maybe our bracelets would turn out to be secret artifacts. Sia chuckled at his antics. If there are so many secret artifacts, the shop sellers would be sovereigns. Who knows? Maybe he is a hermit? After we defeat the Abyssals, we can also be hermits. Ha ha ha. Varian. Sia's heart pounded, and as she inched closer to the destination, she was afraid she'd see something that would shatter her soul. Sia jumped off the hover bike and dashed through the small forest. His comm was showing this location. As she ran at speeds she never thought were possible, Sia saw a scene that nearly made her heart stop. A 3-meter lion was raising its paw against a bloodied young man. It was him. He lost too much blood. Escaping wasn't an option. So he wanted to fight till the end. Maybe he thought he'd awaken in the final moment. The young man raised his bloodied arms for a final punch. But looking at the way he staggered, the lion would easily evade his attack. He couldn't. Sia's mind went blank as the lion's paw was about to smash down at the young man's head. No. Her mental power did its job and the lion's brain momentarily paused. It couldn't dodge Varian's punch that tore through its neck and ended its life. Its paw, on the other hand, still smashed down with a tremendous force, enough to kill the injured Varian. But she blocked the blow at the last moment. Arg. Sia collapsed into a pool of blood as she felt the tearing pain from her abdomen. Varian collapsed to his knees and held her in his embrace. Sia, don't die. Please. He hurriedly ordered his comm to call for an ambulance. Sia felt tears well up from the pain, but she managed to say, healing potion. Varian hands shook as he grabbed the vial from her pocket. He opened the lid and was about to feed her. Sia weakly raised her arm and stopped him. You take it first. Varian shook his dizzy head and decided to give her the potion before he collapsed. He would die, but at least she would live. But Sia still held her weak arm and bit her lip as the pain increased. If you dare die, I will dare to follow you. Varian's body stiffened and he took half of the potion and fed her the other half. Sweat rolled down her forehead and Sia's world blurred. She saw Varian. He barely had any strength to move. But somehow, he was able to hold her in his arms. She wondered how. Varian bowed his head and looked into her eyes. Sia glanced back. All she could see was worry about her own life. Fool, what happened to worrying about your awakening? About your dream? At least worry about your own life. Even now, you're more likely to die than me. If we survive, Varian's weak voice sounded as he brought his bloodied palm and ruffled her hair, I will stop this and wait for natural awakening. Sia smiled weakly, but shook her head. No. You'll fight. We'll fight. Varian didn't seem to understand. Even with all those injuries, he managed to sit so steadily. Sia groaned in the pain and closed her eyes. I was saving money to buy healing potions. I wanted to keep it as a surprise. Varian's breathing movements suddenly stopped, scaring Sia. Her eyes snapped open and she watched as he cried for the first time. I'm sorry. As energy sapped out of her weak body, Sia said weakly. There is always hope. To be both safe and to pursue your dreams. Young Varian nodded and slowly his eyelids drooped. Sia too felt her consciousness fading. Before the world went black, she heard the sounds of emergency rescue. Master. What happened? Boo rushed in front of him and asked in anxiety. Varian opened his mouth but couldn't find any words. Except, I'm fine, nothing came out. You were unconscious for 5 minutes. No abnormalities detected. Your brain was under high stress, however. Boo reported. Varian slowly stood up and glanced outside. His heart ached as he muttered her name. Sia. With each dream, his memories of her increased. Her laughter, her triumph, her tempers, her tears, an entirely different memory seemed to be created. No. It felt like the memories were returning. Varian closed his eyes. He could distinctly and vividly recall holding her in his arms. Her body started to quickly turn cold. He could remember warmth of her when she hugged him. The wetness of her tears as she cried in his chest. Boo, his voice shook. Search for a girl named Sia. Filters are she must be related to me. She is a mind awakener. He had already done this after returning to Earth. The results were, none, sir. There is no record of a girl named Sia having any relationship with you across the metanet. Varian took a deep breath. Hack the database of Imperial Defense Academy. Search for the cadet named Sia in the past 5 years. Boo nodded and the spaceship fell silent. Varian prayed. He didn't know why, but he wanted to see her. Save Sia. What danger was she in? Varian grew nervous realizing he missed a year in trying to save her. He wanted revenge for his mother, but at the same time, he realized he couldn't give up searching for Sia. At this point, even if it was not his mother's last wish, he'd still search for her. Boo continued to announce the results of the hacking process. Academy's firewall breached. First firewall of cadet database is breached. Second firewall of cadet database is breached. Varian clenched his fist in excitement. Hacking failed. What? Varian turned to Boo in shock. Wasn't Boo an advanced AI? How could it fail? Boo manifested in front of him. It glanced down in shame and said. There are 3 level 9 technocrats guarding the database. If I was at my peak, I could bypass them. But now, my limit is 2. I'm terribly sorry, Master. Varian sighed. In the back of his mind, he somehow knew this. But facing the reality was different. He slumped onto the couch and cursed the technocrats. Mind Path, L1-3, Telepath, L4-6, Technocrat, L7-9. Technocrats were pretty much living AIs. They could operate weapons from another continent, protect databases, and of course, hack them. Boo, can a technocrat hack you? He asked in worry. Earlier, he thought using Boo, he could hack any database he wanted. Now, it seemed like he needed to be cautious as well. Boo shook its head. My defenses are much better. Not even a sovereign technocrat can hack me, not to mention there is none. But my offensive capabilities are not up to the mark. Varian glanced at the depressed ghost and patted its head. It's all right. If I can't hack my way in, I can go through the front door. The front door was asking for Sia's information through merit points. Varian showed his calm and asked. Can you hack the merit points? Boo nodded, then shook its head. I can hack this, but there is a server in sync. There is also 4 separate technocrats overseeing the merit points. Any outside changes would be known. Great. Varian sighed. Somehow, his rage calmed down. Of course, he still wanted to end Xander's. But that was not the only thing he'd be driven by. He also had to find Sia. Their relationship. The problems with his memory, which at this point, he was convinced a High Awakener manipulated. But he would take it slow. He needed to return to the academy first. Boo, let's return to the academic. He paused. Let's see what's the Asters meeting was about. To be honest, he was curious. The ghost ship dived down at a high speed. Varian's eyes widened as he saw mushrooms of dust and fire rising into the air. The once lush fields were destroyed. The ground was filled with potholes. Hills were leveled. Lakes were evaporated. The air was blasted and the shockwaves destroyed everything within dozens of miles. Even from high above, Varian's palms sweated. Who the fuck is fighting? Ghost ship penetrated Aster Clan's defensive barrier. A huge hologram was projected depicting a few hundred miles. Varian saw the intense battle. No. It was the ending. A woman in black floated high in the air. Her sword was stained with red and green blood. A black mask covered her face except her eyes and hair. Her hair and eyes were both a beautiful blend of 3 colors. Yellow. Red. Blue. Like a war goddess, she looked down at the corpses of both humans and abyssals. He knew her. Enigma. Varian held his breath and saw her raising her sword once more. The last being surviving other than her, a female abyssal, kneeled below her. With Boo's help, he was able to hear her words. You came despite knowing this meeting was a trap. And killed 30 level 8s. The female abyssal spoke as she coughed out the green blood. Varian saw the entire heart area of the female abyssal was hollow. Her heart was gone. Yet she was still able to talk, although by the looks of it, she was at her end. Enigma, you're the only human I admire. But you cannot win our emperor. His strength is beyond your imagination. Her voice was weak, but her conviction was anything but weak. Even though I don't know how you managed to crack our hideouts, that's only a small part of our plans. Join us and be his concubine. This race is doomed from the start. The female abyssal collapsed on the ground. She was going to die, yet her eyes stared at Enigma for answers. Enigma sighed and glanced at the human corpses. Her eyes were still indifferent, but one could tell she was lamenting killing them. Humans are indeed doomed. Enigma's voice was cold. Not because they are inferior to abyssals, but because these trashes are in power. The female abyssal's eyes glowed. Did she succeed? Enigma's sword glowed once again. The female abyssal didn't care as the sword light started to slice her apart and asked. Are you joining us? No. With your talent, you can have freedom, happiness. Anything you want. Enigma's sword slashed her into pieces and she muttered something in an incredibly low voice. Boo, amplify. Her voice sounded clearly this time. I deserve none of those. Varian couldn't comprehend her words, like her actions. He could only watch a light flash as Enigma vanished. Well, go back to academic, wait. Varian raised his hands suddenly. Boo rolled its eyes. Master, what is it again? Varian pointed to an edge of the hologram. A girl around the age of 20 walked out of a building on fire. Following her was a middle-aged woman in maid dress. The girl snapped and a private space shuttle appeared in front of them. They boarded it and took off. Siarah. What is she doing here? Varian wondered. Follow her. Like, stalk her? No, we are collecting intelligence. Varian rolled his eyes. Hi, Boo kneeled at his answer and the ghost ship tailed them. Siarah's space shuttle had stealth feature. But of course, nothing like ghost ship. As they reached the barrier, Varian saw a blue light flash from the ship and the barrier in front of them break. Wow. Varian admired the captain's capability. A few minutes passed, and the crossed clusters before finally reaching Pearl City, Varian City. She's not a native. But wait, why did she not reply to my message? He wondered. Siarah's space shuttle descended in a cemetery. She's mourning for the loss of her family members? He thought. Siarah got down from the shuttle while the maid followed. She reached a tomb and put a flower bouquet with a complicated face. Damn. Those flowers are all precious. Varian felt strangely envious of the dead guy. He was pretty sure if he died, Kyle would give him a few dried leaves as mourning flowers. Then he shook his head. Being alive was way better than being dead and receiving the most precious mourning flowers. Still, he was kinda curious. Even though this cemetery was costly, for someone of Siarah's status, this was beneath her. And more importantly, this was not a military cemetery. That meant the dead person was not her family member. Boo, zoom in on the tomb. Let's see who's the lucky dead guy who is making the captain cry. Siarah was indeed crying as she showed a storage to the tomb. Varian's eyes widened and his jaw dropped open as he saw a name on the tomb. Combat madman. Caring friend. A great human. Those were all right. But the last line, died single. Still a virgin. Kyle. Master, what's so bad about being single? Boo is also a single. Varian's face twitched, watching his ghost AI pity him. Wait, was it pitying him or mocking him? Master, why are you staring at me like that? Boo staggered back, in the air. I only like female ghost AIs. It declared. Varian had the urge to smash it to the ground. But he had a question before that. So you're a male? How can AIs have genders? Boo contradicted itself. Varian didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at his ghost AI with pity. You're right when you said only a fraction of your brain is working. Boo felt its master's gaze turn weird. Wait, why was he looking at it like it was some brain-dead brat? It was an amazing ghost AI, okay? Varian turned his gaze back to Siarah below and asked in confusion. Haven't I asked you to message her already? Why does she still think I'm dead? A few code lines flashed in Boo's eyes before it answered. Master, none of the recipients actually checked the message. Varian face-bombed. Really now? Not a single one? None. Master, would you like to meet Siarah? Boo inquired. Varian eyed the maid standing behind Siarah. What was her level that assured Siarah of infiltrating Aster clan with no help? Boo said, timely. Anna Lane. Level 8 Space Awakener. She is the maid of Siarah's mother's family. Varian's worldview crashed. Level 8 maid? What the actual fuck? This was beyond ridiculous. For any human, reaching level 8 was the peak of life. But the same person was now a maid. Are you for real? Varian clutched his weak heart and waved his hand. Boo, let's go to a mid-dungeon. Aren't you going to return to the academy, master? Boo frowned. Was its master's memory not as good as a goldfish's? I am missing for over 50 days now. So if I show up directly at the academy, and they try to trace my trails, what will they find? You popped out of nowhere. Exactly. So let's play a little drama and make it more convincing. Varian instructed the ghost. As they left for the nearest dungeon, Varian's gaze lingered on Siarah's lonely figure. All clear. Go. Narvi informed the people below her. Her teammates nodded and marched deeper into the outer zone's forest of the dungeon Karma. Narvi jumped down from the floating fire sledge and followed them. She was helped when she was young by a kind old man. Now it was her turn to repay the favor. They received information that a special flower that could help tackle the bottleneck of level 3S was growing near a swamp. The old man, now running out of life, requested the flower for his son. Narvi agreed to repay the favor. They entered the dense forest and soon encountered the level 4 magic beasts. Giant apes. But Narvi's team was more than prepared. At the sight of the beasts, they assembled into the standard formation and took the initiative. The two controllers heightened their defense and blocked off the giant apes. The beast morpher partially transformed into a wolf and, using her beast instincts, engaged in a fierce battle with the giant apes. Narvi, along with the other elemental awakener, used their fire and lightning powers to launch a fatal blow and ended the giant apes. Looking at the 6-meter corpses, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Giant apes had high attack power. If not for the controllers blocking them, the apes would have decimated the team. The controllers also could deal surprise blows by heightening their attack power. And surprise blows they did in the next round. They kept advancing, and the fights took longer. After clearing 10 level 4 beasts, Narvi's team finally reached the swamp. There was a white flower growing at the center. Crystal Salvo. The flower that was said to loosen the bottleneck of any level 3 awakener. Narvi floated above the swamp and carefully collected the flower. As she was about to order everyone to return, she found all her teammates were transfixed on a tree. What happened? She wondered and spread her fire sense. It was an inconspicuous 10-meter tree. But what they were staring at was an injured young man lying under it. His aura was weak, and he looked like he'd die at any moment. After confirming he was not waiting in ambush and was actually injured, Narvi said, "Let's take him out." After feeding him a healing potion, they rushed back. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any beasts, and quickly admitted him to an emergency unit. Narvi and her teammates were actually curious about his identity. Unlike them, who were all in their late 30s or 40s, the injured guy was very young. Perhaps barely 20. However, none of them could mistake his aura. It was a level 4. Did they encounter a genius? Even if he wasn't from a great background, helping him was the best option. Only those who look at short-term benefits would do foolish things like killing him. A genius owing them a life-saving favor was much more valuable. What's more, this genius was still in ascent, and one day, he could reach a position beyond their reach. Just like the old man who helped her, he was a level 3 throughout his life. But with the favor she was going to repay, his son would escape that fate and break into a mid-awakener. Of course, Narvi didn't exactly endorse the view that one should be kind for the sake of benefits. But knowing random acts of kindness might benefit them someday, more people could be kind, even if for selfish reasons. As the young man got treated, a dungeon bureau officer entered the hospital and inquired them about the process. After knowing the situation, the officer looked at them with envy. "You're going to be lucky." Huh? Narvi and her teammates didn't understand. The officer lowered his voice and explained. There was a huge announcement by the military to find a cadet a month ago. This is that guy. The DNA scans match. You've won a lottery. Wow. Narvi covered her mouth in elation. The rewards of finding the cadet were massive. Their act of kindness gave them back. Too quickly. I've informed the academy. There will be someone here soon. The officer informed. He added. He is awake. You can talk to him. It was 30 minutes since the cadet was admitted. With the current technology, this was considered normal. When they were about to enter the ward, hurried footsteps sounded and a girl arrived with her maid. Hey you. This is off limb. The officer's body froze and the girl entered the ward. Varian. This was so similar to the time with Sia. Like her, Siarah was also wetting his shirt with tears. Where did so many tears come from, anyway? But what should he do? Console? He didn't know how to console her. Wait, consoling her? He was the one that nearly died, so he should be the one that must be consoled, right? I'm happy to see you as well, Captain. Varian gave an awkward reply as he tried to smile. Looking at her slightly trembling shoulders, he patted her back gently. This was not in the script at all. According to the plan, after the officer informed Academy, a staff member would come and check his condition. Then he'd explain how he survived and, after a few tests, return to the Academy, arousing no suspicion. But, I'm really glad. Siarah broke from the hug and gave him the brightest smile he ever saw on her face. Maybe it was her genuine joy or maybe something else, but Varian found himself staring at the smile on her tear-stricken face. Master. Ah. Varian snapped out of it. Siarah slowly calmed down. Realizing her own situation, she took deep breaths and wiped her face with tissues. An awkward silence ensued as they both stared at the ceiling as if it was the most interesting in the Federation. Sorry about earlier. I thought you were gone. It took me by surprise. Siarah looked at him and explained. It was different from her usually commanding voice. It was light and soft. Varian couldn't adjust to the change in her tone and nearly laughed out. Lucky him, he was but a laugh away from death. But recalling his tomb, he clutched the bedsheets. How many people visited his tomb exactly? What nonsense did Kyle spout during his eulogy? Hello, my name is Kyle. My best friend Varian was born single, lived single, and died single. Even if he lived, he's the nice guy that never got lie. Stop. Varian gritted his teeth and decided to smash that tomb to pieces. He would be the first person to destroy his own tomb. Varian? Siarah titled her head in confusion. Quickly pulling himself together, Varian sighed. I'm surprised I'm here, being able to breathe this air. It was how he really felt. At one point, he didn't think he could get out of the lost dungeon. Perhaps if not for that dream, he'd have given up. He could have died too many times. But he tried his best and managed to pull himself from death's clutches. It was a miracle. Siarah looked at his melancholic expression and clenched her fists. It was my fault. Huh. I could have done better. I try my best to train. I always fail. I can never be like her. If it was her, you would have been safe. Siarah muttered in a low voice. But Varian could hear her clearly. Her. Sarah's tone was a mix of admiration and bitterness. Who was this her that even a level 6 awakener looked up to? Who is she? Varian asked with curiosity. Siarah gasped and looked around. After realizing no one else was around, she shook her head bitterly. I'm sorry. I can't divulge the details. It's a military secret. Looking at Varian's curiosity turning to slight disappointment, she hurriedly added. To know this, I've had to swear on my late mother. Varian nodded in understanding. Late mother, huh? How similar. They had more in common than he thought. Siarah paused for a moment before she gaped at him. Level 4, peak? What the hell happened? Varian was still a level 2 in the back of her mind, and until now, she didn't even notice his aura. But when she did, it took her by total surprise. Jumping almost 2 levels in 50 days? This was insane. Varian took a deep breath. He had to give a convincing answer, or he'd be in trouble. Olivia might as well be a prophet. He started with a smile and continued. After the white light, he paused and glanced outside. The maid had evacuated everyone. Boo made sure there was no surveillance on him and also confirmed there was no high awakener peeking at them. I teleported and got into a space crack. He said and observed Sarah's expression. She nodded enthusiastically. Then, looking at his expression, she replied. Don't worry, I haven't revealed your space path to anyone. Including Seth. Varian smiled gratefully at her and continued. I lost consciousness, and sometime later, I found myself in an underground cave. During climbing up, I found a shining green droplet. I took it and my level skyrocketed. He showed a look of nostalgia and clutched his forehead. But after reaching the ground, I realized it was a mid-dungeon. I had to face level 4 magic beasts. His expression hardened, and he said in a resolute tone. My calm was already broken by that point and I couldn't contact anyone. So all I did was fight to live. I had the toughest fight of my life and almost died. With the Abyss Emperor's clone, of course. Then those people found me. He ended his story. Hopefully, there were no holes. Siarah paused for a moment before she cheered. So you teleported to a safe place and then found ambrosia, or in your case, an incomplete ambrosia. Then you managed to survive in a highly threatening environment until help came. Varian nodded. Your luck is defying the heavens. Yes. Other than ridiculous luck, nothing could explain him being alive. Of course, it was only partially true. But like many truths, this would be the only truth the world would know. They could test him for ambrosia, and they'd find traces of ambrosia. They could test his broken comm for space damage and they'd find space damage. They had no choice but to accept his explanation. After all, according to the database, Varian vanished for 50 days in the solar system. No one could really prove or disprove if Varian was really present in the mid-dungeon for the past 50 days. But without a proper counter-explanation, they could only agree. Then he'd perhaps gain the title, Heaven-Defying Luck. Varian's face twitched at the thought. I am anything but lucky. Siarah looked at his weird expression and thought he misunderstood. When I meant luck, I meant it a good way. Not just anyone can replicate your feats. As far as I can tell, you'll be the strongest first year. She chuckled and added word by word. By a long shot. Varian's face also broke out into a smile. But recalling the bond with Xander's, his smile turned cold. Siarah didn't seem to notice and patted her chest. You should return soon. I'll talk to the supervisor. No one will pester you. Thanks for everything. Varian smiled sincerely. It was nice to have support, but Varian decided it was time to get a solid backing. Capta, the mission was long over. She waved her hand. Yes, Siarah. Varian's voice turned serious. I want to meet your father. Evander was not only the dean of the academy but also the High General of Earth Armed Forces. So a cadet would have no chance of meeting him in private. In a sense, Varian's request was presumptuous. But he wouldn't ignore his own daughter's request, right? But looking at Siarah, it seemed something was wrong. Siarah gazed out of the window in silence. It was night. Yet, the neon lights ensured it was as bright as day. She glanced up at the sky. There was a colorful disk in the sky, moon and a red crack, demon abyss. When I was a kid, I used to watch the moon with my parents. Siarah's face broke into a small smile. They met on Moon during a mission. So they both liked it very much. Her eyes sparkled in nostalgia. They told me the myths of the moon. A white moon. A moon that wasn't a military base. My dad said once the war was over, everything will go back to how it should be. He promised we would watch the moon together. Siarah's smile slowly receded. After she was gone, he changed. Siarah's voice shivered lightly. Varian sighed. He used to call me every day. Now, he merely shows some gestures. Now, we rarely talk, and when we do, it'd be about my progress or the lack of it. Siarah clutched her forehead. Varian didn't think there was so much misery behind her usual confident smile. He shouldn't have brought this up. I'm sorry for bringing it up. He apologized. Siarah shook her head and gave her usual confident smile. Likewise. I didn't know why, I just felt like telling you. Varian rubbed his chin and looked at her seriously. I know why. Siarah perked her ears with a curious expression. Varian coughed and looked at her with a straight face. After I advanced to level 4, my charm is finally showing. I can give all girls a sense of reliability. Siarah, you're also charm, bam. A pillow hit his face softly, followed by a giggle. Why didn't I know you were a little narcissist? Siarah looked at him with a smile. Me neither. But I can't keep denying the truth. Varian flicked his hair with a sorrowful expression. Bam. Ha ha ha, stop. Siarah clutched her stomach as she broke into laughter. Varian smiled at her. After a few minutes, Siarah calmed down. Thank you. She said. Huh. After seeing me sad, you were trying to make me feel better, right? She looked into his eyes with confidence. Varian sighed in defeat. While I appreciate your intelligence, you should really turn it off sometimes. Siarah's lips twitched. Is that a praise or an insult? Guess. Siarah rolled her eyes and quickly typed a few words on a special device. I requested him. But I'm not sure whether he would agree. Inwardly, she thought. I requested my father to do a Federation-wide appeal to find him. Varian doesn't know yet. Or it'd be embarrassing. Her face lightly flushed. Varian raised an eyebrow at her flustered expression. You won't get into trouble, right? Siarah hurriedly shook her head. He's still caring. He just doesn't talk anymore. Anyway, you are not going to tell me why you want to meet him, right? Varian looked at her in shock. Siarah nodded with an "I knew it" expression. If you're fine, we can move to academy. You have a lot of catching up to do and need to take the missed tests. Another monthly test is coming. Enjoy the pain. At the end, she smiled gleefully. Damn. I just want to practice. Varian rubbed his hands in nervousness. As he did, he felt the metal touch on his finger. The ghost ship ring. Boo. Yes, master. I'll rely on you for my exams. Varian pushed the burden to his AI. But that's not fair. Boo protested. What's truly not fair is the inheritance you touted about. Now, I just want to focus on getting stronger and earning merit points. Varian persuaded the little ghost. Siarah took Varian's silence as him being worried. She smirked. Want last 10-year test papers? Tests will be cakewalk. Varian shook his head and said with a serious expression. Do I look like someone who takes the easy path? Even if I shed my tears and pour my blood, I'll study hard without anyone's help. Siarah was surprised at his answer, and then immediately turned back to normal. That's good. Then she coughed lightly and explained. I don't use those papers either. I collect them for Ivy. She directly threw Ivy under the bus. Achoo. Ivy sneezed in the class and wondered who was bad-mouthing her. Varian smiled at her and nodded with a solemn expression. I know, Siarah. You would never do that. Siarah smiled back at him. Varian, I trust you never do that as well. Behind their smiles, they both thought. He's lying. She's lying. You both are lying. A calm voice jolted them. Eck? Varian and Siarah suddenly turned to the unexpected guest. Anna, the maid, looked at them with an expressionless face. Aunt Anna, you're scaring us. Siarah stood in front of Varian. Even though he tried to calm himself, Varian still found his heart racing. This was a level 8 maid, damn it. She had silver hair, an oval face and a more than ample bosom. Anna ignored Siarah's protest and glanced at Varian. Varian smiled at her, eliciting a raised eyebrow. Usually, anyone his age would be flustered meeting a level 8 awakener. Even more so when meeting a level 8 maid. Confidence or arrogance? She gave him a professional smile and turned to Siarah. He should have recovered by now. Siarah opened her mouth and was about to protest. I know. We'll take him to the academy. I'll talk to the supervisor. But young miss, please get some. Siarah suddenly said. I know. I know. Varian was surprised. She seemed less like a maid and more like a relative. Maids are awesome. He sighed and stood up. I'll get changed. Soon, he was seated in Siarah's private space shuttle as they took off to the Imperial Defense Academy. Varian sipped the high-value wine and slumped onto the comfy couch made of a level 6 beast's leather. Boo, we're broke. Go make some money in stock or something. But master, you can't buy any of these for the money in stock market. It needs karma points or merit points. Fuck. Then add to my to-do list. The first item. Get rich enough to flaunt my wealth. How much would that be? I don't know. To buy this space shuttle or two. Master, this space shuttle would easily cost a 40,000 merit points. With interior added, 10,000 more. So, total 50,000 merit points, give or take. Fuck. Then how did she gain so many merit points? It's left by her late mother, it seems. Besides, the ownership is shared between Siarah and Anna. I can't even afford half of a spaceship. Varian sighed. But, Boo stuttered. I know. No amount of merit points can buy you. He coaxed. Wait, when did he start doing this? Hee. Boo let out a soft laughter and fell silent. Meanwhile, Siarah continued talking excitedly. Enigma is on fire. She literally took down the 3 great clans of Earth herself. I wish, suddenly, she stopped. Huh? Varian saw her lying down on the couch. Her breathing slowed down and a peaceful expression surfaced on her face. Just how tired was she to fall asleep like that as a level 6 awakener? Varian wondered. The couch transformed into a bed and covered Siarah. She hugged the pillow subconsciously and smiled lightly. An opaque wall materialized between them. Master, I think they're treating you as a pervert who peeks at sleeping women. Shut up. Varian had an urge to beat up Boo. She was not sleeping properly. Anna appeared in front of Varian and said with a light bow. I see. From the day she returned. Anna added. What? Varian turned to Siarah in surprise, but the opaque light wall blocked his sight. It's not good manners to peek on a sleeping maiden, Mr. Varian. Anna said. You guys peeked at my sleeping photos in the hospital. I'm impressed by your audacity to equalize the situations. Anna's face was first surprised, then she answered in her calm tone. I'm not trying to peek. I know. But it's just a joke. Anna said with the same calm expression. Just smile a bit when saying that. At least that totally fake professional smile. Seeing Varian's slightly resentful look, Anna smiled lightly before sighing. Miss was trying to find out the traitors who leaked her team's whereabouts. Varian's expression condensed. Traitors were too dangerous to forget. What if the same thing repeated in the next mission? She took care of them already. Now we have evidence of the mastermind, Aster clan betraying humans. She explained patiently. Varian turned silent before recalling the scene of her escaping the Aster clan. It was too risky. Even with a level 8 maid, she could have lost her life. She should have informed the higher-ups. It's too risky to confront Aster clan. Varian said with a complicated expression. I agree. But she wants to avenge you. Anna blamed him. Avenge me? I see. She felt personally responsible. That was what it was all about. Varian smiled bitterly. He wasn't sure what he was feeling at the moment. Gratitude? A sense of closeness? But at least she could be trusted more. Actually, I frequently encounter near-death situations. Varian scratched his cheek and said in a rather embarrassing tone. I kinda almost die every time. But somehow, I come out alive. You could say I'm even tougher than cockroaches. Anna tried to stifle her laughter. And failed. Pfft. Varian rolled his eyes. Really, he was almost dying too many times. Anyway, unless you see my corpse, do not believe I am dead. He said seriously. Anna looked at him seriously and nodded. You're special. You meant to say weird. Varian corrected. Yes. I mean, no. Anna fell into the trap, but hurriedly composed herself. TSK, Varian snickered. Tick, a notification arrived on Anna's comm. She looked at it and glanced at Varian. Under her breath, she muttered. Xanders are too much. She and Siarah were both concentrated on finding the traitors for the past 50 days. So they didn't know Varian was expelled for not taking the test. But everyone would know it was just an excuse. If a cadet was in mission they can't return from, tests could be taken at a later date. Of course, skipping tests while being available was not acceptable. But the only thing that mattered was passing every test in the semester by the end. But to reinforce fear in Disciple, the first-year cadets were told they shouldn't miss the test. Anna didn't inform Varian of his expel notice. She would solve it with her influence alone. Besides, she wasn't doing anything illegal. "Miss, I hope he can make your life a little better. Make you smile a little more." She sighed and glanced at Varian. Jet black hair, a handsome face and a lean physique with perfectly chiseled muscles that carved his body to perfection. Everything seemed to be fine, but, she recalled something, and her face turned weird. She couldn't help but ask. "You're handsome and fit. Why are you still a virgin? You have a problem?" Pfft, Varian spat the wine and glared at the unruly maid. He also scolded Kyle for the 37th time. For the 105th time, he prayed no one else visited his tomb. But still, this question was too much. So he stood up and reached for his trousers. "Whether I have a problem or not, I can prove it to you now." Kia. Anna's face blushed like a ripe tomato as she turned her face. Varian chuckled at her response and slumped back onto the couch with pride. "Humph. Didn't you laugh at me just now? What about you?" "I dare, but do you?" "I'm single by choice, not by fate." Anna gritted her teeth. While mentally raising his evaluation to "skin is thick enough," she wrote down the grudge. "I'll let you suffer a bit with your expel notice. Let's see how you'll ask me to help you out," she thought with a smirk. Poor Varian didn't know the maid bore grudges. As they entered the campus premises, Siarah slowly woke up. The light wall guarding her vanished as she sat up on the bed and rubbed her eyes. It was a short nap, but she was rejuvenated. As she chatted with Varian about the recent events, the device on her wrist shone. Siarah gaped and rubbed her eyes to confirm she wasn't dreaming. After she read the notification once again, she cheered. "You're in great luck. He can you see in an hour." But after Siarah received the reply, he was granted a temporary pass. Siarah and Anna had permanent passes, of course. So Varian escaped the scenario of guards blocking the entry and a face-slapping fight. Dean's block was white. Literally. The floors, the ceilings, the walls, everything was crystal white. Varian wondered if this was a quirk as they entered the building. Siarah said she had something to submit whilst he met her father. He guessed it was the evidence of Aster clan's collusion. But since she didn't specify it, he didn't ask. Anna declared she would wait in a park outside. For some reason, she seemed to be avoiding Evander. Siarah was familiar with the place and with her help, he calmly reached the waiting room without any trouble. But the gazes of the high awakeners around him were disturbing, to put it mildly. It made him feel like a rare museum piece. All of them recognized Siarah as well. Then someone recalled an announcement by the Federation a month ago and checked the message. "You're that missing cadet," a level 7 staff exclaimed. "How did you survive? What is your relationship with Siarah?" Varian didn't specifically ask about the news and his overly clever little ghost, Boo didn't check. So they were both ignorant about the Federation message when he went missing. But with a quick search on the meta-net, the Army has announced Federation-wide search for the cadet named Varian. The details are below. If you find him, alive or dead, please report to the Imperial Defense Academy. The reward is personally guaranteed by Evander, Steelheart. What the fuck? Varian nearly cursed. He pointed the announcement to Siarah and raised an eyebrow. Announcements like these are not uncommon, right? She tried to put on an expressionless face and nodded. There will be such announcements every month. Missing cases, terrorists, major powers' family members suspected of kidnap or assassination. Varian gritted his teeth. For a cadet, and especially a first year, it is very uncommon, right? Sarah's face turned stiff, but she immediately changed her expression to a jovial one. Once they know you're alive, your popularity will rise. So I'll be a monkey wherever I go. Varian sighed in defeat. Siarah coughed and patted his shoulder. Be optimistic like me. Varian rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Many cadets die every year. But only he got this treatment. He knew she was the one responsible. Despite the troubles it would cause later on, the act itself was based on good intentions. She must have been really worried about me. Varian smiled lightly and then thought of his friends. Boo, add the top task on the to-do list. I should contact them as soon as possible. But Master, what about getting rich? Boo, I'm ashamed to have a greedy AI like you. Wah. I'm not greedy. Boo cried out. Varian ignored the wails of the ghost and tried to mimic Siarah's expressionless face as he faced the weird gazes. But still, the attention he got only rose. Everyone in the building was an important person. Even the most random mob was a level 6 and a peak one at that. There were a lot of people in the waiting room. Siarah told him there was no fixed appointments. They could only meet Evander when he was free. The order of meeting was also decided by Evander based on the importance and urgency. Despite the weird gazes, Varian was thankful there was no young master here who thought he sneaked in or something to expel him. Wait, but what about Siarah's presence? He glanced at her. Siarah sat gracefully with a confident smile. He carefully examined the stunning beauty seated beside him. Her golden blonde hair flowed down to her waist and her blue eyes shone with an intoxicating charm. With a stunning face and fairly developed curves, she was one of, if not the most beautiful woman on the campus. Even in strength, she stood at the very top. She was ranked 3rd in Amethyst list despite being a second year. If not for her being a dual awakener cutting off her chances as a sovereign, she might as well be more valued than Charles. But regardless, one fact was indisputable. Siarah Albert was the #1 goddess of the cadets. Usually, any normal man would be drawn to her beauty. But sitting with her, talking to her and even after an unintentional hug, Varian didn't feel overwhelmed. It was a weird feeling. Like he was already used to it and thus, developed immunity to beauties. Sia. He shook his head. The oldest he saw her was only at 15 years. To Varian, that age was still in the category of cuteness. At Siarah's age, he was sure Sia would be outrageously beautiful. Speaking of which, Varian turned to the smiling Siarah and glanced around. Where are her suitors? Right after knowing their goddess is with a nameless first-year cadet, shouldn't they rush and try to suppress me in jealousy? Varian clutched his forehead. Right? Varian. Siarah's nudged him. Yes? He stood up in shock. Varian constant. Second call, the AI's announcement filled the room. In the pairs of eyes that yelled, "How dare you space out here," Varian took a deep breath. Don't be so nervous. He's not going to eat you. Siarah tried to comfort. Varian didn't correct her but instead nodded, thanks for the help. You'll know my purpose once I'm out. Good luck. I'll tell you what I was going to do once you come out. She smiled and then seemed to recall something. I remember your first meeting didn't go well. At least, you aren't late this time. Siarah snickered. The corner of Varian's mouth twitched, and he glared at Siarah who was enjoying herself. But she was wrong. This time, he wasn't depending on luck. Things will go as planned in the best case. In the worst case. Boo, is that ready? Yes, Master. I will teleport you out the moment we sense danger. During his raid of 100 hideouts, Varian collected 100 cross-tunnel formations and lots of aura crystals. Superposing those special formations with Boo's broken but still existing space subsystem, an escape formation is created after many cross-tunnel formations. Boo warned its space subsystem would be burdened by the usage and would likely break after a usage or two. That in turn would mean Varian had to pump in more resources to repair it to the peak. But Varian still let it prepare the escape formation. He got but one life. What was the use to save resources if you couldn't live? If the plan goes awry, Boo would use the formation and teleport him out to a safe distance. Then he'd enter the space shuttle and using stealth mode, escape. Of course, it was the worst-case scenario. Varian was confident he'd achieve his goal. He reached the dean's office and stood patiently as the scanning light ran over him. The sleek white door opened and Varian stepped in with anticipation. It was a large room with few materials. Evander was seated in a high chair and was reading through a holographic document projected by a comm on the table. The table in front was filled with lots of comms marked by some weird coordinates. Randomly, a few comms would flash in various colors before going back to normal. Varian observed the comms that were flashing in darker shades were paid more attention to and the lighter ones were ignored. Evander seemed to be immersed in his work, but he still spoke. You saved her and must be expecting a reward. Say, what do you want? Varian squinted his eyes and walked a few steps closer. Now he was only a dozen meters away from Evander and was standing right in front. Varian said, no, declared with confidence. Make me your disciple. Evander thought he misheard it. So he repeated. Don't waste my time. Varian's voice was slightly raised, and he said with a tone that showed absolute confidence. If you want humanity to survive, make me your disciple. Evander raised an eyebrow. You are the guy who was late this year, right? I'm also the guy missed my first month's exams for your information. Varian wanted to reply but held back. Instead, he calmly nodded without any hint of hesitation or embarrassment. Yes sir, that's me. Evander frowned. Shouldn't a cadet be feeling ashamed to answer that? Was this thick skin or something? But regardless, he said. I'll give you a chance to convince me. Why should I, the Dean of Earth's best academy, make you, a guy who is not punctual, and barely, level 4? His eyes fluctuated lightly noticing Varian's level. He didn't expect that from a first year like him. Only top geniuses reached level 4 in their first year and that too in the second semester. Besides, his aura was at the peak of level 4. But Evander regained his calm face and continued. Why should I make you my disciple? The air turned heavy. Evander could already guess what was going to happen. The young man would put on a righteous face and use the excuse that he saved his daughter. As a father, it was only right that he repaid him. A typical moral kidnapping. But it wouldn't work on him. In fact, Evander hated such things. So once he spoke those filthy words, even if this cadet saved his daughter, he would ask her to cut any ties with him. But instead of the righteous face and moral kidnapping, the cadet's lips curled with confidence. Because I am the best genius Earth has to offer. Pardon? Evander wondered if this guy suffered a mental breakdown after surviving the space crack. You can use your network to check. I awakened 2 weeks before the entrance test. In a short span of time, I advanced to level 2. His eyes shone as he exerted his aura. The pressure on him was shaken off, and he smiled. I awakened later than most people. But I found an immature ambrosia in the dungeon. Here I am, at level 4. Evander continued to listen. I overcame my late awakening disadvantage. Now I'm at the peak of level 4. Soon, I'll advance to level 5. The High General of Earth had no choice but to nod. Today's 20th of Duas. We're near mid-sem of the first semester. I am confident I can advance to level 5 before the semester ends. According to Siarah, even Charles only reached level 5 halfway through second semester. Evander didn't look convinced. It was a few months difference. Besides, Varian took a small version of ambrosia. So his argument of being the best genius fell short. I have awakened for less than 2 months. Varian put the light back on the issue. Yes. Unlike Charles, who practiced for years, the guy in front barely practiced. Evander's eyes flickered as if he thought of something and he quickly instructed someone on his comm. Varian remained silent. After a few minutes, a message arrived. Evander sighed deeply after reading it. His stern and indifferent expression finally changed. He looked at Varian with a complicated gaze. I don't know about your advancement after level 2, but till level 2, I believe it's your own talent. Evander slowly said. During his admission, the reason Varian's level didn't appear absurd compared to his awakening time was because he reported he found a special fruit on the Murloc Island. Thus, his quick ascension from a low level 1 to level 2 in a matter of weeks wasn't questioned. But if any great power could check the matter thoroughly, they could surely find the traces of whether such a fruit existed on the island he visited. The Murloc Island chains were owned by Gareth, and he already knew the true reason behind Varian's advancement. Seth also learned of it from Gareth. But no one else. After all, why would a great power lower their posture to investigate a nobody like him? So when Evander found out the truth from a quick investigation, he had mixed feelings. Even though it was only from level 1 to level 2, the speed was enough to shock the daylights out of him. Evander gestured for Varian to be seated. With less seriousness and more curiosity, he asked. Why did you never reveal this, then? Varian leaned back in the chair and shot a look at Evander that said. You know why. So you didn't want to be treated as a monster or be sliced in a lab. Varian shrugged. Precisely, sir. Why do you believe I will not hand you over to the lab and find out your secret or whatever it is, then? Evander's gaze suddenly turned solemn. Aura condensed around him, and Varian couldn't move. It was the good ol aura lock. Instead of panicking, Varian replied in a bored tone. Because there is no such secret. Even if there is, the chance of you getting it from me is impossible. The aura lock loosened, and Varian shrugged. I am not trying to brag, but my practice is literally the fastest in human history. Evander's serious face also twitched lightly. You can lock me up in a lab and try to get the secret, but I have the means to kill myself before that happens. Varian's gaze condensed. Of course, I can actually escape. But that is totally unbelievable. Or you can support me. If I grow up faster, I am sure I can be the trump card that will end this war. Evander shook his head. I don't like arrogance. Let my results speak for themselves. What about your loyalty? Evander's face was unnaturally serious. Varian expected this question. But for some reason, Evander's tone was beyond stern. But he still answered calmly. Unless I get stabbed first, I will be on military's side. Just trust your words. I didn't know I could survive, but I still saved my teammates. That should prove my character, no? Or do you think anyone can plan myself into surviving a space crack? Varian was assertive, but he maintained a smile. Evander remained calm for a moment before he replied. You just want to get backing so that you won't be suppressed by Xanders. If not for that, you wouldn't have cared. Absolutely true, sir. Varian nodded with a straight face and said. Can I call you master now? Evander rubbed his chin for a while. Master and disciple were different from being a pupil and tutor. The latter was based on teaching them and providing some resources. It ended after the cadet graduated. It was more transactional in nature, and the tutor would expect the pupil to repay them after they grow stronger. It usually doesn't go beyond that. Of course, Varian Seth was an exception. Master-disciple was a lifetime relationship. It went deeper than give and take. If Varian did rise like he promised, then Evander's family would maintain a very close connection with Varian. They would benefit tremendously, even after his graduation. Of course, with a sovereign father, the only thing that would really interest Evander was at least a sovereign or a very strong level 9. Do or not do? Evander pondered for a moment before he looked at Varian. Varian couldn't read the expression on his face, but Evander eventually replied. All right. But if you do not advance to level 5 this semester, I'll terminate the discipleship. Siarah will cut off contact with you. What was the last part for? Even though he wondered, Varian nodded. I won't be providing you any material support. Earn everything by yourself. Evander stated in a tone that allowed no refusal. I didn't intend to ask, Master. Varian said. Good. I'm betting my vision on your power and loyalty. Evander snapped his fingers and an object shot at Varian. Varian caught it with ease. It was a blue metallic badge with a red E was carved. A sign that we're master-disciple. Even though it won't happen from now, if you ever get treated unfairly, show this to the other party. He said lightly before adding. But if you are the one that did the wrong, regardless of your talent, you get equal punishment. Of course. Varian nodded and got up. It's a pleasant meeting, Master. Evander watched him deeply before lightly nodding. Do not disappoint. Varian replied with a smile and walked back to the door. Watching Varian's receding back, a small smile broke out on Evander's serious face. Xander's wouldn't have expected this. He tapped on a calm, "Hi General." A hologram popped up, and a woman bowed to Evander. Announce he's my disciple. That'd be enough. Yes. The onlookers were shocked at the duration Varian stayed inside. It was more than 10 minutes. Varian's value in their eyes rose exponentially. But before they could introduce themselves, Siarah grabbed him, and they rushed out of the office. Anna picked them up, and they escaped the wolves. Curiosity killed the cat. But humans never learn. Varian, of course, cursed Xander's for every discomfort. If not for them, he'd have stayed low-key. What did you talk about? Siarah suddenly asked. Varian looked at curious blue eyes and glanced at Anna, who perked her ears. He sighed deeply. Your father was moved that I saved you and accepted me as a disciple. Ouch. Siarah raised her fist and smiled sweetly. Speak the truth. Varian felt the air cool down, but he hurriedly explained. I appealed with my talent and sincerity. He accepted me as a disciple. Siarah pumped her fist. Great. Anna face-bombed. Miss, the disciple wasn't you. Why are you celebrating? But Aunt Anna, I can't help him out with Charles. My father can. Of course, it's good news. You're right. Anna patted Varian on the shoulder and gave a smile that was not a smile. I must say, I'm impressed you pulled this off. Varian awkwardly smiled. He felt that Anna seemed to know more than she showed. It must be an illusion. Then I'll see you later. I'm hella tired. Siarah yawned and remembered something. The evidence of traitors is handed in. You don't have to worry about it repeating in your second mission. Besides, Aunt Anna, I'm still talking. Anna carried Siarah and, as expected, put her to rest. Varian laughed at Sarah's unwilling expression and bid them goodbye. Following Anna's advice, he set off to the first-year supervisor's office. He needed to report in and ask for retests. At the same time, Narcis and Ryan came out from the aura well. Their aura was fluctuating at level 4. They both advanced, setting foot on a level even second years don't necessarily achieve. As Narcis enjoyed the feeling of superiority, Ryan exclaimed in shock. That rank 1 guy. He is alive. Fuck. Someone saw him on the campus with Siarah. Narcis's eyes narrowed. Some people need to be beaten into their place. After all, this was the main building for every cadet. But upon entering, he found that much to his chagrin, it was noisy. Hundreds of cadets were going in and out from the dozens of entry points. The services offered ranged from inquiries, complaints to requests, recommendations, and counseling. It was to be expected, however. This building oversaw the administrative processes of all the cadets. The events, the tests, their records, and so on. In a sense, administrative building was the controlling unit of the academy itself. So along with robots, there were also hundreds of staff in this 500-story tall crystal building. Varian inquired about the supervisor office and boarded the glass elevator. The office of the first-year supervisor was apparently on the 100th floor. They had the final responsibility on the performance of 2,000 first-year cadets. Knox, the supervisor of first year, was a level 7 space awakener. On the ceremony of tutor-pupil, Nox tried to prevent Seth from accepting Varian as his pupil. There was a short conflict, after which Nox gave in. He was trying to please Xanders, and the plan fell apart. He must be resentful against him and Seth. If it was before, Varian would have worried about running into trouble. But now, looking at the badge bound to him, he smirked. Even though Evander didn't give him any tangible benefits, a lot of troubles he would encounter otherwise now simply vanished. The waiting hall was relatively deserted. The first years were still busy with their classes and missions. After the brief retina scan, Varian walked into the lavish office. It was armed to the teeth with luxury items. Expensive holographic art, showpieces made from strong magic beasts, and even a fountain of precious potions. Varian noticed even the chairs were made of expensive red gold. Vain as fuck. The most irritating thing was of course the man sitting on the chair. No. Varian waved his hand lightly, and the hologram disappeared, revealing a slob leaning back on the chair. Nox. His bald head remained barren, while his belly bloated. Varian would rather believe this guy was actually a pregnant woman. Sir, the hologram is destroyed. The AI wake up Nox. Nox rubbed his eyes and cursed. Who are you, kid? You could have just said your complaint to the hologram, I'd review it later, anyway. Do you not recognize me, Mr. Nox? Varian chuckled and rudely sat on the chair. You, Nox was about to reprimand such audacious behavior when he finally recognized Varian. You're still alive? His eyes widened. You must be sleeping for hours or you'd already know. Varian answered with a casual expression. Nox was enraged and was about to exert his aura to teach the guy in front a lesson. But he suddenly paused, and a weird smile crept on his face. Without hiding the mockery, he said. I don't know what luck you have to survive that shitty space crack. But, he tapped on the screen of his table, and a file popped up. Expel notice, Varian constant reason, failed to attend the monthly exam. Nox was disappointed at Varian, only raising an eyebrow at the file. But he continued in a sadistic tone. Usually, if you couldn't attend the exam because of a mission, you would be exempted and you can take the test again. To be fair, you would also get the chance. His eyes shone. So when am I going to take the test, then? Varian asked nonchalantly, as if he couldn't see the rising corners of Nox's mocking smile. That's the best part. Nox laughed out loud. You don't. Why? Varian asked calmly, his voice trembled from anger. But to Nox, it was trembling from fear. He enjoyed the feeling of crushing someone and replied. Why? Because sacrificing you, I can get into the good books of young Master Narcis. After the news came that you died, I turned unimportant in his eyes. Nox glared at Varian, as if he was to blame. The last task he gave me was to expel you. But if you're dead, what's the use? I'll only face Siarah's wrath for discrediting her late teammate. Nox's eyes narrowed. But now that you're alive and I expel you, he'll be pleased. Thank you very much, whatever your name was. Nox started laughing in joy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Eventually, the laughter died down. When he looked at Varian again, expecting to see despair or defeat, there was only one thing he saw. A middle finger. Varian felt the aura around him thicken, as if it would lock him up any instant. But there was not a hint of nervousness on his face. Nox's face flushed with anger. Fighting in the campus is indeed forbidden without proper reasons, even for me. But do you think you can survive after stepping out? Varian shook his head. Yes. I will make sure you die miserably for offending me. Nox waved his hand, and the file shot into Varian's broke calm, now out of my office and this campus. Or I will have you forcibly evacuated. Nox snickered. Varian was about to reply when the door suddenly opened. How dare you enter without my, young master, welcome? Nox's tone reversed in an instant and he hurriedly welcomed the guest to be seated in his own seat. Varian watched as Narcis sat on the chair and glanced down at him in contempt. He covered his face and threw his head back with as he couldn't suppress laughing anymore. I don't know why, but your eyes, they piss me off. You know what? I'm thankful you didn't die. Now I can send you off myself. Narcis sneered. Ha ha ha. You're paying too much attention to this inconsequential person, young master. Nox performed his duty and kissed ass. He took the opportunity to teach his ghost AI some extraordinary knowledge. Boo, carefully learn how clowns look. These are the best of the best. Yes. Get the fuck out already. Narcis walked to Varian and reached out his hand to grab the collar. A shadow flashed and then a pop sounded. Narcis screamed as he clutched his broken hand. In his opinion, Varian used his powers and sneak attacked him. Nox raised his hand and was about to lock Varian when an announcement sounded. Dean Evander accepted Varian, first-year cadet, as his personal disciple. He expressed hope that Varian will set an example of a model cadet. Narcis ignored his pain as he gaped at Varian. Nox trembled as he gulped, his body trembling as he opened his mouth, but no words came out. The helpless cadet without any background, the one he could bully at will, his ticket to promotion and growing close to Xander family was gone. In front of him stood the cadet with a cold smile. Those eyes, he previously thought as fearful, now seemed predatory. Nox felt a shiver down his spine, and he slumped on the ground. Boo, send the video to Master. Done. Varian smiled at Nox. I've recorded our conversation. It's sent to my master. Now you can fuck off your position and maybe, the academy. Once an investigation was launched, he would lose everything. The thought of blocking Varian and kidnapping him flashed in his mind, but only for a moment before he discarded. He could still keep his life after this incident, but if he really crossed the line, then his life was hard to guarantee. But even the realization of what would happen was despairing enough. In the best case, he'd lose his job. In the worst case, they'd dig deep into every bribe he took and he'd be forced to sell everything. Like a fish out of water, he thrashed on the floor and looked at the ceiling with hollow eyes. Regardless, his career was over now. His supervisor post was gone for sure. Even his post in the army was in jeopardy. Forget any possibility of promotion. He'd be transferred to a remote and dangerous area. High awakeners like him would usually be forgiven for such crimes, but this time, it involved the personal disciple of High General. If even this was forgiven, then it would be a stain on Evander's reputation. It wasn't a matter of a cadet anymore, but that of a general. There's no one who could save, young Master Xander, please help me out. I'm level 7. I can be your personal servant. Please help me keep my position. Nox kneeled to Narcis and begged. Varian watched the turn of events and applauded. Wonderful. Now, Mr. Narcis Xander, the second, what are you going to do? Narcis trembled with anger as his face flushed with humiliation. The words that hurt the most were, of course, the second. He didn't like anyone telling him that. Not even if it was true. He glared daggers at Varian's smiling face and growled. You're just a coward hiding behind your master. Without him, you're nothing. Varian threw his head back and laughed. Coming that from you is the biggest joke. Without your family, what are you? An arrogant trash. Young master, please, bam. Narcis kicked out Nox, and his aura exploded. Varian could distinctly feel the aura shaking in the air. It was an early level 4 aura. Narcis took a pill and his hand began to heal at visible speed. He showed his broken hand to Varian. Unlike a level 2 trash that sneak attacks me, I'm a level 4. Without giving Varian a chance to reply, Narcis partially transformed. His ears turned into white wolf ears, his hands turned into claws and he grew into a 3-meter demi-wolf. This is my power. Narcis's voice turned morbid, and he scowled. This is beyond your reach. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be below me. You can only look up to me. Even if you somehow got a backing, you'll remain a trash. Master, this guy is putting mental patience to shame. Indeed, he is the arrogant young master. Yes, yes. The forever delusional, a product of bad parenting and ungrounded superiority complex. You're learning pretty fast, boo. Hee hee. That is of course. I'm the best ghost AI. Varian looked at Narcis with interest and smiled. How about a duel? You want to prove, no, you already believe it. You want to demonstrate you're superior, right? How about a duel? Narcis transformed back to human form and chuckled. Since you are asking for it, I'll show you the difference between us. Like the old Earth saying, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Nox hurriedly stood up and said. Yes, young master. Show him his place. Even with backing, he can't compare to you. Varian raised an eyebrow at Nox. Was this guy still keeping his hopes alive? That was better. The despair that comes after hope is the best. Let's go. Narcis said, and the three of them reached the dueling fields. They reached the statues of founding fathers. Under the tall statues were the duel rings. Each duel ring had a barrier blocking its impact from spreading, and referees in different uniforms were supervising the duels. They quickly set up a duel with Narcis, paying for his entry as well. The only unfortunate thing was that it wasn't a death match. Narcis didn't want to completely piss off Evander, so he didn't dare to kill Varian. Varian too didn't want to escalate things with Xander's, yet. Once he got strong enough though. Soon, Varian got onto the stage with confidence. Since it was a strength match, the rules were simple. The one to be knocked out or unable to fight loses. They were only allowed to take a single weapon, if any. The referees would act in time to prevent death. A hemispherical barrier enveloped the ring. Yes. I'll let you experience the feeling of being crushed. A red light flashed from Narcis and he transformed into his white demi-wolf form. After reaching level 4, morphers could partially transform into the entity. Varian looked at Narcis and recalled the first time they met. For one sentence that wasn't ill-intended, Narcis wanted to kill him and Kyle. If not for their luck and perseverance, they'd have died. Heck, it was still only a few days after Varian got the system. He only went to dungeon once. So as he battled through the difficulties in the entrance exam, the possibility of dying always lingered in his mind. Why did such a normal test turn so precarious? Why did Kyle almost die? Why did he almost die to Abyss Duke? Why was he ostracized from the very first day in the campus? Varian could vividly recall the day when tutors selected their pupils. Only he was abandoned. Like he was a defective product. An unworthy human. Unworthy. Varian hated that word. Now, after everything he went through, he stood in front of the perpetrator that caused most of the misery in his recent life. He still had the same arrogant look as the first time they met in the demon abyss. Do you think I should just swallow my pride when a commoner insults me? His death will serve as an example. Were his first words as he disdained to spare them. Pride, huh? You'll have no such thing after this match. Varian clenched his fist. The bell rang. The stage caved in and Narcis shot at Varian with breakneck speed. Second floor for level 4. Third for level 5. Sixth for level 8. That is, even staff could challenge one another to a duel. There was adequate seating on each floor for every ring. Ryan, tagged by his 3 level 3 followers, was about to press second floor button on the elevator, but paused abruptly. He glanced around at the crowd on the ground floor and thought of something. The ground floor was contracted to trade union, and it resembled something that of a casino. Cheering lights. Food. Equipment. Everything was sold here. But the biggest business was, of course, betting. Cadets could bet with their merit points. If they won, they'd be rich overnight. They could afford aura crystals, high-quality star treasures, potions, request one-on-one teaching from high awakeners, and even ask for protection while they venture into dangerous places. They could also train in advanced facilities like aura caves using merit points and progress extremely fast. More merit points meant more resources. This allowed a cadet to up his status from ordinary to genius. The classification, though vague, was extremely important. Usually, all cadets reached level 5 in the 6th and final semester. These were the ordinary cadets. Of course, the term ordinary was relative. Anywhere across Federation, a 21-year level 5 was a veritable genius. But in this academy, they were only ordinary and made up the majority. Geniuses reached level 6 in the 6th semester. There were not many, but surely, a sizable number of geniuses appeared in every batch. After assiduous training for a decade or more, these people broke the infamous bottleneck and advanced to become high awakeners. Eventually, they grew to be the backbone of human federation. Then there were monsters. A milder name was super genius. Super geniuses were the ones that reached level 6 in their 4th semester. Even though it was only a year's difference, one must know that the higher the level, the longer it would take to advance even a sub-realm. For instance, even for a genius, even advancing from low-level 6 to mid-level 6 would take years. Super geniuses were hard to come by. Even in Imperial Defense Academy, which boasts the best talent of Earth, there were only a couple of them. To be qualified as a super genius, one needed talent as well as resources. Charles Xander was a super genius. He reached level 6 in his 4th semester. Siarah, too, was a super genius. Even more than Charles, since she did so in 3rd semester itself. But her being a dual awakener meant her potential was limited to a level 9. But regardless, every ordinary student yearned to be termed as a genius. They believed they had the talent and only lacked resources. After all, no one would willingly embrace the fact their talent was average. They'd rather believe things would turn great once they gain resources. Trade Union exploited this weakness and presented a quick way to those resources. The stellar success of their betting business was a living testament to their success. Every day, hundreds of thousands of merit points flowed in and out. Merit points were a criterion to judge a cadet's performance during enlistment. If a cadet's merit points crossed a certain threshold, they'd be enlisted into a higher rank with a shorter training. Since only cumulative merit points were used to judge a cadet, there was a strong incentive for every cadet to bet. Even if they lose, their cumulative points would remain the same. But if they won, they'd have many merit points and they could get all the resources they want for training. Thankfully, such merit points weren't counted under performance. All the merit points that were not awarded by the Academy due to a cadet's work were termed as floating points. On the other hand, the merit points awarded to a cadet due to their contribution were termed as ground points. Floating points were alluring for every ordinary cadet. The problem with betting was that most cadets used their ground points in hopes of gaining floating points. That meant they used the points they gained from missions for betting. And as in every betting, only a few would win. A survey concluded that if the cadets stopped betting altogether, they'd save up to 15% ground points every semester. It might seem low, but upon deeper inspection, the cadets that saved these 15% could actually afford more training resources, making themselves stronger and thus, gain more ground points. This, in turn, would form a positive feedback loop. With a high simulation, it was proved that every cadet would be a sub-realm or two higher during their graduation. Then why did the Academy not think of just banning the betting? Because what was a better choice for every cadet wasn't a better choice for the Academy. Even if the strength of average cadet rises, none of them would reach level 6. After all, an average cadet was an ordinary. They'd most likely never cross the moat between mid and high awakeners. However, the geniuses that were created through this brutal betting would one day be a high awakener. A high awakener was much more valuable than 100 mid-awakeners. Thus, the betting was allowed. To create geniuses from the crowds, even at the expense of them all. Such is life, Ryan thought as he sauntered to the betting counter. His lackeys followed. Their parents were the subordinates of his grandfather. Their children would naturally become his subordinates. Of course, every military officer in the inner zone, Mercury, Venus, and Earth, were his grandfather's subordinates. He had no qualms about people gossiping. He didn't give a fuck, unlike Narcis, who was pissed off at comments of every random passerby. Because unlike Narcis, who struggled to prove his superiority, Ryan knew he was destined to be a sovereign. Still, this guy is too arrogant. Ryan shook his head as he glanced at the holograms displaying duels in second floor. Narcis and that guy just landed on the stage. That meant betting would be closing soon. Ryan wanted to bet, not because he was short of merit points. Of course not. He had plenty of resources. Even though he couldn't break the rules to get more ground points, he could gain as many as floating points he wanted. He decided to bet just to make things bigger. To turn more eyeballs to this piece of news. Even though Ryan also felt that Charles was more talented, he wanted to support his only friend. So when the counter manager told him the bets were 1 to 10, he spent the 1,000 ground points on him without hesitation. Of course, he'd only get back 1,000 floating points after Narcis won. But that was fine. Only an idiot would bet on the Varian guy in hopes of getting 10x their bet. Ryan gestured, and the manager ran to him and smiled. "Young Master Ryan, what do you want me to do?" Ryan smirked. "Broadcast the battle. Let everyone learn why there are only a few geniuses." "As you say." The manager clicked a few buttons and soon, every cadet who subscribed to the trade union in the academy, which was almost 100% of the cadets, got a notification. Narcis Xander of Xander family versus Varian, disciple of Dean Evander. Watching Ryan bet, the cadets flocked the betting stall. The betting options were based on how long Varian could hold on. A few hundred bet to be under 20 seconds. Only a couple believed he'd last for a minute. "Boss, should we go up and watch?" Mila asked. Ryan nodded. "Even though Narcis can end the match soon, I know he'll take his time beating the guy up." They soon reached the second floor and seated themselves in the forefront. Mila fidgeted and opened her mouth, but didn't speak. The match was about to begin, so Ryan signaled for her to speak. "Isn't that guy disciple of Dean?" I don't think he's." Mila stopped right after Ryan raised his palm. "It's over." Ryan looked at her in disappointment and then eyes his two other lackeys. "What do you guys think?" Mila paled while the two guys answered in practice tandem. "Of course, young Master Narcis would win. I think Dean accepted him as a disciple only because this Varen or something saved his daughter." Ryan nodded in approval and waved his hand at Mila. She paled, but didn't protest. Silently, she left the audience. From today on, she was no longer a part of Ryan's subordinates. As tears rolled down her cheeks, she recalled her mother's words. Evander Albert, after the death of his wife, he changed. He still has gratitude and grudges. But you cannot force him to do what he deems wrong. Even if you are a sovereign. Mila paused at the exit and glanced at the ring with stubborn hope. Dean Evander would never accept a disciple simply because of gratitude. Perhaps before Pluto War, but now, no way in Abyss. Mila clutched her hands. As everyone held their breaths in anticipation of watching Narcis thrash the guy, she eyed the unfamiliar figure on the ring. "Varian. You must have something special in you," she murmured in hope. "Prove them wrong. For yourself. For myself." Mila leaned against the crystal wall and raised her head. The match begins. Just enough to break the bones in his body without killing him. How merciful. Clap. Varian's hand moved faster and before Narcis could comprehend what was happening, his world spun. He crashed into the floor, his face literally burying itself into the tiles. Only level 4s and higher could follow his attack. Wah! A huge commotion rose from the crowd. Everyone, every cadet, boy or girl and even every staff gaped at the scene. This must be a joke. Varian's identity quickly spread. But, even if he was an apprentice, prior to that, he had no background. How could he compete against the young master of Xander family? But the truth slapped their faces. Narcis, tisk. Varian looked down at the twitching demi-wolf that slowly stood up. The left cheek of Narcis' face was dripping blood and was completely swollen. Narcis looked like he swallowed a balloon. That was how much his cheek swelled. Why you? With red eyes that swore vengeance, he channeled the prana in his body. In his 18 years of life, he was never so humiliated. After transformation, beast morphers were easy to be angered than others. But that didn't apply to Narcis. He'd have been angry, anyway. So you reached the peak of level 3? Fine. I'll use my full strength. He roared and his prana spiked. Varian glanced at the arrogant Narcis with a bored expression. Currently, he was only using his body path. He was the peak of level 4 enhanced. Enhanced path raised his stats equally. But Narcis was a beast morpher. So his stats were skewed. Even though he just entered level 4, his attack power and speed reached mid-level 4. His defense, however, was much lower than typical low-level 4 body awakener. His stamina also seemed to be lower compared to a body awakener. But, be crushed. Narcis dashed in front of Varian and swiped his claw with complete strength. Even if he blocked it with his full strength, a normal peak level 3 would be on the brink of death. I see. Once his pride is hurt, he's losing it. Varian calmly raised his other hand. Paw. Narcis spun in the air as he coughed out blood. The entire audience stood up in shock. They rubbed their eyes. They gasped. Some even wondered if this was all the prank of a powerful mind awakener. This couldn't be happening. Even after Narcis used his full strength, he was toyed with. What in the name of heavens was this absurdity? Varian kicked out at the still spinning demi-wolf's body. Boom! Narcis crashed into the barrier and clutched his stomach. There was a deep shoe imprint on his abs and blood gushed out. Wi? Narcis collapsed to his knees as he continued to cough out blood. It formed a dark red puddle under him. The warm liquid's metallic smell was telling him that this wasn't an illusion. It was a real fight. No. It wasn't even a fight. From the beginning, he didn't land a single blow. Why? Varian walked to the kneeling Narcis with a smile. Narcis raised his head and glared at Varian. You, boom. Varian stepped on Narcis's head. Guh. Crack. The stage cracked, and cobwebs started spreading. If you ask me why, Varian's voice was filled with rage and he gnashed his teeth. It's because karma is a bitch. Boom. Varian kicked Narcis in the gut and, with sounds of bones cracking, Narcis was sent flying to the other end of the barrier. Varian's figure blurred and before Narcis slid down the barrier, his fist reached the wolf's head. Boom. Boom. Narcis thrashed against the barrier in a bid to escape. But he stood no chance and could only try to block the unforgiving punches. Each punch was deliberately aimed at his defense. It broke his defense, and with it, his pride. Narcis never felt so helpless as Varian clutched his throat and showered him with punches. Why? He groaned in pain. This is for Kyle. The punch nearly twisted his innards and Narcis's vision blurred. Wait. He used all his strength, but he couldn't stop the angry man from shattering his chest bones. This is for trying to kill me. Pain. Terrifying pain coursed through his body. He could only register the pain and the voice. That dreadful, demonic voice. He gave one last attempt. He uttered the name. One he was most shameful of. One he would never do. See Charles. All it got was a harder punch that broke his ribs completely. Your brother ain't gonna work against me anymore. You guys forced me to get the fucking backing. Now enjoy the fruits. Varian smashed into the same location and blood spilled on his face. The pain broke the threshold Narcis could bear and his brain started to shut off his consciousness. Narcis felt his vision fade when he heard the last line. This is for messing with my life in the academy. I had to go through hell. Your brother is next. Plop. Varian watched in silence as the barrier faded and the referee hurriedly caught the injured Narcis. Narcis was quickly losing his transformation and went back to his human form. The referee quickly fed him an expensive potion and glanced at Varian with a complicated expression. Not just him. Every pair of eyes in the audience was staring at him. Varian took a deep breath and raised his hand. Think twice before you go against me. He stepped down the stage and, amidst the excited crowd, walked towards the exit. On his way, he caught the sight of a figure rushing towards the stage. Ryan. At the same time, a girl was kneeling on the floor as she sobbed. Her eyes were happy, however. But everyone else was excited. There were praises. Varian. You're so strong. You're a high level 4, right? Kick their asses. These elites only bully us all day. There were scorns. You're cruel. He's a fellow human. You monster. Why did you keep punching a powerless man? Not just that. He should have just killed that bastard. He could have saved so many lives. What shady acts did he do to gain so much power in such a short time? Envy. Resentment. Hatred. Junior brother, do you have a girlfriend? How about, can you join our party? You can take 70% of the mission points. Varian, can we exchange numbers? I want to gift you a 4-star armor. Adoration. Admiration. Worship. He felt all those emotions being directed towards him. But one thing was for certain. From today, whether they liked him or hated him, no one would ignore him. Varian was no longer a forgotten cadet. He was the strongest first-year cadet. By a long, long shot. Perhaps, they were witnessing the rise of a super genius. They were wrong. This was much, much higher. They were witnessing the rise of human emperor. He bet 50 merit points, and they turned to 500 in a few minutes. The store manager's face twisted, and he grudgingly tapped on his comm to transfer the points. He couldn't help but mutter, who would have thought that young Master Xander would be defeated by a nobod. He nearly bit his tongue as he saw Varian walking to the hover bus. Fuck. His palms sweated, and he prayed he didn't offend Varian. People like him were dispensable. If it was Narcis at the other end, he'd have already been fired. Watching Varian leave indifferently, he sighed in relief. No matter the personal opinion, he couldn't make light of Varian. He had the strength and the background. Even though his strength was not high in the larger scale of things, his background was more than enough. If he really annoyed Varian, he'd likely be over. The problem was that no one would even stand up for him. This was the law of the jungle. The strong were feared. The weak were despised. A good, but weak person would still be looked down upon. A bad, but strong person would still be revered. In this era, the most important thing was strength. Master sent you? Varian asked the old man in front of him. Yes, young master. I am Richard Taylor. The old man clad in a butler uniform bowed lightly. With a kind smile on his wrinkled face, he explained. Master is very busy, so he wanted me to assist you. Varian recalled the expressionless, but devilish maid with Siarah. Anna. At least you could have sent me a cute maid, master. Varian had no other intentions, but just for the sake of imagination, being called as master by a cute maid was much better than by an old man. Boo's voice suddenly sounded. Master, I know what you're thinking. You don't need this geezer when you have me, a cute ghost, right? Right. Yeah. Varian sighed inwardly. Forget it. With a system and a ghost, he'd scare away any cute maid. Then I'll be in your care. He smiled at the old man. Richard smiled heartily. Master has never taken an apprentice. So I have no experience in this area, but if I cause any inconvenience, do let me know. That's weird. Maybe his standards are too high. Varian couldn't help but recall that usually any level 9 had many disciples. After all, they lived long and had seen enough talent to pick the suitable ones. This is for you. Richard presented a space ring and a comm. The new comm fixed itself onto him and only a small screen was visible on his wrist. The old comm disintegrated in no time. Varian accepted the space ring and asked in confusion. I thought I wasn't getting any monetary support? Richard laughed, his long white beard shaking. That is of course. You will not be given any merit points, even floating points. But master is still your master, no? What is the difference between being a disciple or not when there is no other support? Varian looked at the clever glint in Richard's eyes and shrugged. So what support can I expect? Ho ho. I will take care of things that aren't worth spending your time on. For instance. He swiped his comm, and a hologram popped up. It was a news reporting website within the academy managed by cadets. It seemed like there were forums, online trading in the campus. He just never used them so far. Out of the hundreds of news articles, a few were quickly climbing the charts. A new genius emerges. Varian thrashes Narcis Xander. His history is uncovered. Varian checked it out of curiosity. There was nothing to uncover. Nox is fired for abuse of power and bribery. He tried to expel Varian, who missed his exam due to bravery. Read to find why he missed the exam. I see. So this is what you meant. Varian rubbed his chin. His efficiency was very high. It was not even half an hour when he sent Evander the message. The news was 10 minutes old. So in 20 minutes, he was fired. I pride myself in my efficiency. Richard stroked his beard and was about to close the comm when he noticed Varian was still reading the news. Varian's rise to power. He is likely the hidden genius nurtured by military. Are you serious now? But this is better to cover up my strength. Varian rolled his eyes, but liked the excuse. Varian's relationship with Siarah is actually... What? Varian's face twitched. Young master. Richard lightly coughed and Varian coughed back. You never saw the news bulletin? He asked politely. Yes. Varian rubbed his nose lightly and said. As expected. You were diligently practicing while others were wasting their time. No wonder your strength is so high. Richard expressed his sincere admiration. Looking at the sparkling eyes of the old man, Varian had an urge to run. Your expulsion is cancelled, of course. Your test is rescheduled. You can take it any time this month. Richard didn't intend to speak the obvious, but realizing Varian was someone who never even checked the news, he did. Varian said with a confident expression. I'll be all right. Richard nodded, with even more confidence. Of course, it'd be too easy for you. I believe Master's vision. Yes. I have a ghost AI that will let me cheat. Varian didn't say that out loud, but instead inspected the space ring. It was a 6-star space ring. He didn't know the price, but it was a few dozen times more than the one he was wearing. Of course, Varian of today could afford even a 7-star treasure with the materials he looted from the hideouts. But regardless, convey my thanks for his gift. Varian said, but the old man signaled for him to go on. Potions. Just how many potions are there? He couldn't count the piles that laid in the vast empty space. Healing potions. Anti-poison potions. Fire resistance potions. Specific potions that acted as poisons against plants and beasts. Then there were also star treasures. Full body suits ranging from 4-star to 6 stars. The best part was that they could be modified and worn as normal clothing. Wait, did the reason why Siarah and others survive after all that bombing these treasures? Varian realized. At the same time, he recalled a peculiar detail. Despite the level of explosions in all the battles, neither Siarah or others' clothes were destroyed. Unlike Varian. He always carried multiple sets of uniforms, so he never had to run around naked. The merit points for your mission would be awarded soon. Put them to good use. Richard smiled and waved at him. Just inform me if there's any problem. His body slowly rose into the air and, boom. Breaking sonic barrier, he disappeared. The shock wave spread in all directions, and tremors were sent across the ground. Varian shielded himself against the gales and clicked his tongue. System, what's his level? Level 7. Marco-kinetic. Are high awakeners so easy to find? He couldn't help but roll his eyes as he entered the dorm. The cadets strolling in the hallway hurriedly gave way and sneaked a few glances at him. Varian walked to the elevator indifferently and to his surprise, others immediately evacuated the elevator. I am not a monster. He wanted to say, but System replied at this time. There are 10 billion people on Earth, almost all are awakeners. You're in the best academy of Earth. Including staff and even workers, there are only 10,000 people in the academy. So anyone you encounter here is 1 in a million. What's more, the high awakeners host encountered here consciously or unconsciously don't even exceed 100. That's 1 in a 100 million. It was not that they were rare. But he stayed in the place where they gathered. Advancing from level 6 to level 7 is what stops most awakeners. Varian sighed and entered his room. He wasn't physically tired, but the mental fatigue was too much. Talking to Evander was not easy. Varian was always ready to escape. He took the risk and somehow, things worked out. In just one day, he went from being a nobody to somebody. But, I just don't want to be somebody. He murmured as his eyelids drooped. Second, advance in the space path. He was at the threshold for quite some time already. Third, and most important of all, destroy his tomb and go beat the heck out of Kyle. Even though he played it cool, Varian couldn't forget the look in Anna's eyes when she asked. You're handsome and fit. Why are you still a virgin? You have a problem? I don't. Varian wanted to yell. After calming himself, he rubbed his palms and asked Boo with expectant eyes. Hurry up and show me the inheritance. On the way back, Boo touted the inheritance. In its words, with it, the you now can immediately kill even level 9s. The key word was immediately. Shocked was an understatement. Varian was flabbergasted. The current him, using all his powers, could probably fight a mid-level 5. Given the fact that none of his other divine paths were even level 4, this was an achievement. So what surprise was Boo going to bring him? Hee hee. This is the only inheritance left. But even it is beyond your wildest dreams. This inheritance will not only allow you to threaten stronger powers, but it will also allow you to save your life at critical moments. Boo continued to tease. Varian used his control and shook the ghost ship. Hurry up. Ah. All right. Don't shake me, master. Boo conceded. Soon, a brilliant light flashed in front of Varian. Space itself was warped and Varian felt the bottleneck in his space path rapidly loosening. His heart raced as he stared at the colorful spinning sphere. His eyes were filled with hope. Slowly, the space turned back to normal, and the light faded. The hope in his eyes also faded. It was a jacket. There also seemed to be an array pattern on it. The weird thing was the logo, a skull and 2 bones. This didn't look like a normal jacket at all. Wait, was this even an inheritance? Still hoping it was just weird aesthetics and not a scam, Varian asked. Boo, what's this? Suicide jacket. Boo answered cheerfully. Varian barely held himself from coughing out blood. He hurriedly gulped down a healing potion just in case and asked again. What jacket? Suicide jacket, master. The one where a guy blows himself up to kill his enemies. Blurg. Varian still coughed out blood and collapsed on the bed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As he stared at the ceiling with profound questions, Boo's touts resounded in his mind. With it, the you now can immediately kill even level 9s. I can kill level 9, but I'll also die with them. Varian punched his bed and with a pop, it collapsed. Bang! Calm down, master. Calm down. Boo appeared outside and pleaded. Calm down my ass. It'd have been fine if you didn't keep hyping it. Varian gritted his teeth. Boo made a confused face but said regardless. What I said was true, though. You really need a repair. Varian sighed in despair. He knew it. This ghost AI was unreliable after all. Even it accepted that its brain wasn't complete. What else could he do now other than accept this? So how do I use it? Even though I just don't want to use it ever. He grabbed the smooth jacket and asked. Just wear it. It will blend in. When you want it to, it'll come out and start a countdown, or you can instantly detonate it. Boo explained. After some recalling, it added. Its power would wrap the space strong enough to strangle a level 9. It's cool, but I'd rather never use it. Varian carefully held the jacket that could kill him in a snap. A good characteristic of the jacket is to show dangerous it is. If the enemy fears for their own life, they'd spread the moment you use this jacket. Boo tried to instill some hope. That doesn't sound half bad, except I hope I won't use it. Varian took a deep breath. Still, a weapon to threaten a level 9 of mutual destruction was great. The point was that it could be used at any level. Even the level 4 him. In the war 500 years ago, this tactic was first used by Abyssals. Boo said, peering through its foggy memories. Then we followed. Once a soldier was destined to lose, he'd use this suicide jacket and take down his enemies. Boo said in nostalgia. It digressed over the years. Now it can only take down a level 9. But besides my broken body, that is the only symbol of the war I have. Boo smiled with pride. Perhaps to master, it isn't good. But to soldiers, it is a sign of their courage. Knowing they might die, but still making their death worth it. Boo clenched its tiny fists. Varian sent Boo back. He postponed beating it up to another time. Yes. Postponed. Not cancelled. I can't continue scolding you after that story, can I? He shook his head when his eyes fell on the black box on the study table. The same black box he tried to open for the past year. But he was already level 4. He must be able to open it, right? Varian reached for the black box and exerted his strength. Damn. What the fuck? He stared at the unscathed box in surprise. There's no way anyone in his home, even Siarah, if she existed, could afford this material. If they could afford a material that wouldn't budge under the strength of almost level 5 strength, then they would have sent him to dungeon, no? Something's wrong. Varian frowned. Who gave this to me? He felt the smooth but cold texture of the box and pondered. Mom? Siarah? Someone else? Boo, find the clues to this box. He wanted to give it a try. Maybe find the buyer's information and from there, but there are no traces of this item online, master. Boo said. Varian rubbed his forehead. This matter was becoming more and more complicated. For now, focus on what I can do. He glanced at his new comm. It was more resilient and wouldn't break unless a High Awakener attacked. Would it survive a space crack? He had no intention of trying. Varian. Cumulative merit points, 2510 current merit points, 2000 first-year honorary student. First on silver list, Narcis Xander was the former first, 2000 points. Varian's breath nearly stagnated. Is it because they took out the headquarters? But I didn't take part in it directly. Regardless of the reasons, he was not complaining. He needed merit points to check Sia's status. Just 18,000 more points. Varian's lips curled up. Before that, status, body path, enhanced, level 4, 900/1000 space path level 2, 200 thunder path level 3, 350/400 morpher level 3, 65/400, space path. Varian pondered and brought out the suicide jacket. He put it in active mode and the space around him began to warp. Of course, he didn't activate the suicide option. So, Varian was safe. Kinda. Varian summoned the aura crystals and was about to sit on the bed. But looking at the broken bed, he gave up the idea and sat on the ground. Advance. Within a few minutes, the bottleneck loosened, and with a plop, it broke. Preparing to advance. Varian locked the space around his body. Instantly, his surroundings solidified. It seemed like nothing changed compared to previous space bindings. Except one key difference. Varian wasn't feeling stuck by the space. He punched out and instead of obstructing him, the solid space layer stretched with his arm. Under careful observation, Varian could see this space binding was more like a solid space suit. He could use it to warp himself in an additional layer of protection. One small test. Varian entered the ghost ship and entered the combat room. He made this with the materials he grabbed from the hideouts. There were many robots, which after modification, could be used for tests. System, turn off all my other paths except space path. Sure, host. The next moment, Varian nearly collapsed as he felt incredibly weak. It was as if all strength was drained of him. No. He was still a level 3 space awakener. But the disparity with the current and previous self was too much. It actually made him feel like he was weaker than an unawakened. Varian shook his head and focused on the space power in his body. Boo, said a dummy with defense of level 1 body awakener. Varian said and a humanoid appeared in front of him. Varian teleported and covering his arm with space power, he threw a punch. Creak. This. Varian watched in shock as his fist passed right through the dummy's chest. The solid space around his body acted as the first offense. It used its hardness and despite the low force he put in the punch, broke through the defense. Level 2 dummy. Varian wanted to test further. Creak. The same situation repeated, but this time, Varian clearly felt resistance. But it was still powerless in front of him. Level 3 dummy. Boom. Varian withdrew his fist and glanced at the dent on the dummy. The space power around his fist was shaking uncontrollably. If I use only this and morpher powers, I'd be able to contend even with peak level 3. Varian marveled at the boost. Both space and morpher paths were both low level 3, yet their combination was very lethal. Space awakeners lacked the physical force to launch a powerful blow, but made up for it in creating a solid space layer around their body. They also didn't possess superhuman speed like body or morpher awakeners. If there was an ambush by a body awakener, they'd sense it through their space sense and teleport. But what if the weakness of space path was supplemented by morpher path? His morpher path, despite being a transformation of a plant, granted him good physical stats. As a low-level 3 plant morpher, his strength, speed, and defense were a bit lower than a typical low-level 3 body awakener. But his vitality and stamina were much higher. But once he used this space armor, his attack power and defense would skyrocket. It was not 2 separate attacks, but superposition of 2 low-level 3 attacks. Even though it wasn't a perfect 1+1, it'd easily rival any peak level 3. On the other hand, his speed could be made up by usage of space sense and teleportation. Varian clenched his fist and smiled. This is great. What if he advanced his space path to level 4 and used it with his body path? Damn, this is so fun. He chuckled and exited the ghost ship. With this new skill, space armor, it could be used with any other path. For the time being, I can't use it in front of everyone. Varian felt it was a pity. Unless it was proved that dual or triple awakeners could also become sovereigns, revealing his other paths would only backfire. Without a doubt, Evander would cut off the ties. He might even turn hostile. Then he'd have to face the Xanders without any background. It was not a good idea. At least for now. I need to remind Siarah, but will she be okay with hiding the truth from her father? Varian hoped she'd help him. She was very friendly to him. And their end goal was the same anyway. But barring the academy, I can disguise myself and use my strength freely. Varian rubbed his chin. But it's really a pity if I can't use my full strength. He still couldn't let go of it. There must be a way. Something. Then it struck him. As long as a dual or triple awakener advances to sovereign, I can let go of any inhibitions. He snapped his fingers. System, since you assured me I can advance to sovereign, other dual or triple awakeners must be able to do it too, right? Of course, host. Should this system show the method to you? Nah. Save that for later. We need a peak level 9 dual awakener who can actually advance. Varian replied with a troublesome expression. Dual awakeners progressed much slowly than others. Triple awakeners even more so. Most of the population never reached level 9. Most level 9s never reach peak of level 9. So finding a peak level 9 was going to be a tough job. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. There would be talented dual awakeners. Like Siarah. No, Siarah's speed is too abnormal. Even though she said she is only in early stages of level 6, even a big genius could only reach level 5 in 2 paths. Even though he had his suspicions, Varian didn't delve deeper. The issue was peak level 9s. Except for a few famous figures, almost all information of military personnel was strictly guarded. The database is strictly protected. If not, I could have already found both Siarah and peak level 9s. Varian sighed and was about to start training when his comm glowed. Young Master Varian, your position in Silver List is number 1. You can shift to Silver Neighborhood. It has higher aura density. Also, you might have been too busy, but the Academy has 3 sovereign-level treasures. They are also the cornerstones of the cadets' training. Varian coughed lightly. He didn't go out much before he took the mission. He was training all day. P.S. In your free time, check them out. Please take care of your body and don't train 24 hours a day. Varian was about to smile when he caught the line below. PSS, 23 hours is good enough. Damn. You guys are abnormal. Varian retorted. Calm down, Master. You really don't take that much rest. Boo appeared beside him and patted his shoulder. I do. Varian looked at Boo rolling its eyes and gave up. I'm bored anyway. Ask the bots to move my stuff to the new house. Be careful with the black box. Wait, it's better to store it in your space. Will do. Boo saluted him in a comical pose. A few minutes later, Varian was standing in front of massive tower. Tower of Trials. Alexander generously donated the wonderful treasure for the training of future warriors. Many decades after his contribution, the treasure became a cornerstone of Imperial Defense Academy. It was a commonly acknowledged fact that artifacts were beyond the level of a sovereign. Even the leading power in the cutting edge of star treasures, trade union, could not forge a single sovereign treasure. In fact, even creating a level 9 treasure was incredibly hard. Thus, the only sovereign treasures humans had were those from the ruins. Imperial Defense Academy was touted as the best academy because only it had 3 sovereign treasures. The other 4 academies on Earth had only 1. After a quick search in the internal site, Varian realized the popularity of Tower of Trials. It was also called as Tower of Honor. The ones who excelled in it were rewarded generously. Some distance from the gigantic tower, a large crowd gathered in front of a huge holographic list. The discussions were endless, ranging from the latest challengers, tactics to target a particular divine path, their own progress and so on. Even though everyone would know their ranking, the tower only displayed the top 500. It was called as Honor List. Senior Guan recently challenged the tower. He climbed 3 rankings and entered top 100. A third-year cadet exclaimed, pointing to the huge hologram. Guan Wan, rank 99, whoa. Top 100 of the whole campus. The girl cheered, but soon, her shoulders slumped and she gnashed her teeth. I'm also a third year like him, but I can't even rankings. Don't be too hard on yourself, Rita. Other than those 500, the rest of more than 5,000 people never make it. If only we can get the resources, I'm sure we can break into the ranking. He comforted her while staring at the list in envy and admiration. Rita sighed as she eyed the top 100. Maybe top 500. But top 100 is beyond what resources can achieve. You need great talent. Her tone was filled with great envy and resentment. The senior cadet smiled bitterly. Rita came from a normal family and had little resources during her childhood. She was hailed as a genius throughout. Until she met the real geniuses. With her talent, she was only in the middle reaches of the hierarchy. Her first blow was not being an honorary student. Then not entering the silver list and not being able to enter the honor list. The blows continued to pile up, and with them, her resentment. Talent is need, of course. But how many of he held his breath as a young man exited the trial. Not just him, but the attention of the crowd shifted to the young man. They couldn't ignore the fierce aura emanating from him as he glanced at them with an indifferent face. His badge indicated he was only a second-year cadet, but his aura was at the very peak of level 5. He left, leaving them a look of disdain. Phew. I hate these guys. Rita heaved a sigh of relief and wiped her sweaty forehead. I thought he was going to be angry. His position didn't change after all. She glanced at his position and muttered. He is desperate to enter top 5. He won't make it this year. Lucas, rank 10, the senior cadet, chuckled bitterly. He's only a second year. He got plenty of time. Rita's face stiffened. Right. Even many second years have it better than me. There are almost 100 second years in the list. But, seniors, is there any first year on the list? Varian chimed in after hearing their conversation for a while. The third-year cadet looked at Varian and was about to tell him to fuck off when he realized his face was a little familiar. Why, you are Varian, right? He stuttered as he tried to put on a friendly smile. Good lord. Was his luck too bad today? He saw the battle video. This guy didn't even let go of an enemy who couldn't fight back and punched him till he lost consciousness. Even when his opponent pleaded desperately, his face didn't melt. Instead, he seemed to even enjoy it. What's more, his enemy was the second of Xander family. The senior already termed Varian as a cruel guy who should not be offended. Yes, I'm the Varian on the news of late. Varian generously admitted. But in the eyes of Senior, it sounded like a warning. Don't you even know me? Haha. My bad. I have a bad memory. He said with a flattering smile while sweat rolled down his forehead. Then with an overly enthusiastic expression, he explained. There are no first years on the list. Even the 500th position is a low level 5. Rita looked at her friend's cowardice and gritted her teeth. It was all Varian's fault. He was intimidating her friend with his status. She glared at Varian and said in a resentful tone. Why ask? There are almost 500 more low level 5 after that 500th rank. Not like you'll get into the list anyway. She was really pissed off at these talented folks. Why must they be born with better talent? Why couldn't she have that talent? And why must he go bossing around his talent? She would admit those 100 second years in the list were superior to her. But this guy? He was only a first year and not even a level 5. How dare he boss them around? Oh. Varian glanced at her. You look like you're pissed that you didn't enter the list. Haha. She is just in a bad mood. The senior tried to salvage the situation, but... Yes. I'm in the 550s. I can't break in. But so what? I've done this with my hard work. Unlike you, who took resources from your master and got nurtured since childhood. Rita nearly growled at him. Rita, stop it. You're offending him at this RA. The senior grabbed her and awkwardly smiled at Varian. Rita shook her head and glared at Varian stubbornly. He's gonna get into the list next year. Until then, I'm still better than him. When he surpasses me, I'd already be enlisted in some other planet. I don't have to fear him. Varian rolled his eyes inwardly and walked to the tower's entrance. That woman was crazy. He was just asking a question and it devolved into a threat. Thankfully, he had a good temper. If it was Narcis, he'd have. Varian paid the entry price of 100 merit points. Let's go, Rita. He doesn't know our names, it's best to leave now. The senior pulled her. Rita stubbornly stood her ground and yanked her arm. No. I want to see his deflated expression. He won't even cross 1,500th rank. The senior sighed helplessly before turning to the tower. How far will the guy who crushed even the great genius Narcis go? Tower of Trials had only 6 floors, corresponding to 6 levels. Since Varian's highest level was 4, he directly entered 4th floor. For each floor, the tower would store the information of top 1,000 candidates of said level of the year. That meant, Varian would be facing the 1,000 strongest level 4. If one could defeat the Phantom, they'd replace its ranking, becoming the new 1,000th Zap. Right after being condensed, the Phantom launched a lightning bolt at Varian. It was the attack from a low level 4. Varian didn't care and teleported right behind the Phantom. He covered his fist in lightning mana and blasted the Phantom's head to pieces. Wriggle. Slowly, it disappeared and aura from the surroundings flowed into Varian's body. There was also a pale green light. If he was exhausted, he could recover his aura. If he was injured, he could also heal himself quickly. Click when you want to start the next round. A line of text floated in front of Varian. Boo, this is an expanded space, right? Varian glanced at the seemingly endless space and inquired. Yes, Master. Each person entering the tower would be transferred to a separate space. As expected from Devis. I don't know how strong they were. Varian sighed in marvel. Devis were the civilization that existed before humans. For unknown reasons, they went extinct. Even their legacies vanished. It was only after Blink, with the resurgence of aura, that the remnants of Devis were discovered. They were called ruins. They were a separate world altogether and contained every treasure one could dream of. And more. Tower of Trials couldn't be made by humans. It was made by Devis thousands of years ago. Even Boo, who was from a higher civilization, lost many of its capabilities after 500 years. The treasures it had, like the formations, also devolved in a period of 500 years. But this sovereign treasure showed no sign of degradation. Varian shook his head and clicked on the screen. The tower evaluated his strength from his first fight and picked a suitable opponent for him. Or who the heck would fight 1,000 people to get to rank 1? Rank 490, mid-level 4. Varian looked at the female Phantom. It was now more solid and looked like a real person. She disappeared, and as Varian was about to turn around, he felt the space around him solidify. No. It wasn't merely solidifying. It was strangling him. The space was literally tightening on him. Varian spread his space sense and caught the female Phantom raising her fist. She covered herself in space armor, and the damage of her kick would be equivalent to a level 4 body awakener. Humph. Varian used his space power to loosen the strangle on his neck and with physical strength, broke the strangle. The opponent saw him escape and was about to teleport, but before she could, Varian solidified the space around her. She quickly broke it with her own space power. But what awaited next was a lightning bolt that pushed her back. Then Varian's kick in the chest broke her heart, literally, and killed her. The phantom turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Click when you want to start the next round. The screen appeared again and Varian didn't want to wait. Rank 100, level 4 high, Varian looked around and saw mountains, streams, and lush plains. But not the phantom. Usually, the phantom would appear in the most favorable place. So if it was hidden, then... Varian suddenly clutched his head. It seemed like everything inside his head was pricked by needles and cut by knives. Sweat quickly rolled down his forehead and Varian gritted his teeth as he felt the pain pile up bit by bit. A level 4 mind awakener, no, a level 4 telepath. They messed with the minds of others, and if one was mentally weak, they could easily bring down an awakener of the same level to knees. Varian bore the pain and teleported out. The pain vanished for a moment before it resumed. Mind awakeners were a pain in the mind. They had mental sense and their range of sensing was higher compared to any other path. At level 4, mind awakeners picked either telepath or telekinetic. Since this guy was a telepath, despite his overwhelming offense, he had the same weakness every telepath had. Extremely low physical defense. Even their other physical stats were only slighter better than unawakened. So one hit and they'd be over. That was why mind awakeners usually activated from a very remote location. Of course, the higher the level, the more mental attacks other divine paths could bear. But now, he had to end this guy before he fainted from pain. Varian continued to teleport, and due to the break, it took the other party a second to continue to his attacks. Varian spread his thunder sense and space sense, trying to find the traces of telepath. Concentrating on his hearing to find the other party's breathing was just too tough with all the pain in his mind. What's more, this was his first mind facing this much pain. The Despair Abyss Queen's clone was also a mind awakener and she too attacked his mind, but the conditions then were heavily tilted in his favor. She was merely a few dozen meters away and stood in the open. For any mental awakener, that was a taboo. So Varian ended easily. But now, damn, this guy. I'll need more practice to take on telepaths. Even having multiple paths seems use, Varian's multiple paths were always his strength. Even now when he couldn't use his physical senses properly, he was relying on space and lightning sense. But that was all there to it, he was still in trouble. Wait, I forgot. System, lift my morpher path. Varian hurriedly instructed. Generally when going out, Varian kept only 3 paths active. In the worst case his powers were revealed, he'd still be a triple awakener, which was in the realm of possibility. But if he revealed 4 divine paths, that'd be end of his road. However, now that he was in the tower, Varian didn't care anymore. Morpher path lifted. Plant morphers were bad at offense and speed, but their mental resistance was touted. Of course, since Varian was only a level 3 morpher, the increase in resistance was very low, but for him, it was enough. Soon, Varian's lightning sense found a guy hiding in a bush. He was incredibly lean and looked pale. But this guy that looked harmless tormented Varian for the past few minutes. Zap! Varian shot him down with a lightning bolt. Looking at the disintegrating body, Varian rubbed his forehead. Fucking telepaths. Plus 10 XP plus 10 XP plus 10 XP mind path level 0, 30/30th mind path awakening, what? Varian raised his voice in surprise. Soon, he felt something click in his head. Aura gushed into his body, shooting straight to his head. The outside world seemed to slow down and Varian slowly opened his eyes. His thoughts were clear and Varian felt his control over the body slightly improve. It was something that had to be done through endless practice, what practitioners called as exquisite control. But now, his control over his body rose without any warning. So, this is the first level of mind awakeners. perfecting body control with the brain. Varian clicked his tongue. He recalled even when he was close, he couldn't detect the other party's breathing. Heck, there was no other physical movement as well. Even body awakeners would make light movements and could be detected. But mind awakeners. Varian decided to check it out later and instead asked the system. Why didn't I awaken in other paths when the clones attacked? Host, awakening in multiple paths of the same avenue is virtually impossible. This system has to go through a careful procedure each time a new divine path is added. Varian raised an eyebrow. That's it? Like the system explained a while back, a person only awakens in the avenue they have the highest affinity with. Even in that avenue, the affinity of each path differs. So essentially, they awaken in the highest affinity path of highest affinity avenue. If they have equal affinity with two paths, they awaken in two paths. But it is impossible for two paths in same avenue to have equal affinity. Varian could understand this a bit more now. According to system, Sage Avenue included body path, mind path and morpher path. Creator Avenue included space path, gravity path and time path. Ruler Avenue include all the elemental paths. The dual awakeners he came across were two. Seth awakened in body and gravity path. Siarah awakened in water and body path. There were no records of anyone awakening two elemental paths or space and time path or even body and morpher path like him. But now, I awakened in all three paths of Sage Avenue, didn't I? Varian frowned. Yes. System is able to change the affinity of host's origin towards the paths temporarily and uses that to awaken you in other paths. However, host would need to wait for some time before your origin returns to stability. So some period of waiting time, huh? Varian felt the pain from the previous battle fading. It's complicated, but yes. Status. Body path, enhanced, level 4, 900/1000 thunder path level 3, 350 out of 400 space path level 3, 0/400 morpher path level 3, 65/400 mind path level 1, 0/100, 5 paths. Varian couldn't help but smile. One mind path levels up, it would be very helpful in dealing with telepaths. In fact, he could become the bane of mind awakeners. He glanced at the XP necessary and sighed. Perhaps it was the system's fault, or maybe his own, the highest gain in XP was always from battle. Of course, a single day of his training was also very effective. It was worth more than 3 weeks training of a normal awakener. But a normal awakener barely advanced a level per year in low levels. Once they reached bigger levels, their speed practically crawled. For now, body path and thunder path are my priorities. They have the biggest impact on my combat power. Varian circled out the two. He clicked on the floating line and it dispersed before a new line floated in front. Rank 30, level 4 peak, the phantom body shot waves of fire at him. Varian grinned and teleported. Soon, the match ended with Varian's red fist. The tower took its time and evaluate his combat power again. With each strength, he showed more power. Rank 10, level 4 peak, it was a beast morpher who partially transformed into a wind tiger. His speed was incredibly high, touching that of a level 5 body awakener. He reached Varian in the blink of an eye and raised his paw. But, space block. Zap. Varian's space block was even more powerful after his space path advanced. Coupled with the numbing nature of lightning, the speed of beast morpher was more or less affected. Then his fragile neck was crushed. Rank 1, level 4 peak, surprisingly, the rank 1 was a dual awakener. Of course, it made sense. At the same level, dual awakeners were the strongest. Of course, not all dual awakeners were equal. The strongest were the ones whose divine paths complemented each other. Like the guy in front. Mind path and earth path. Even though he appeared in Varian's vision, he was not an easy prey. He used his earth powers to shield himself from Varian's attacks and attacked him with his mind power. Finally, Varian used the lightning bolt on the earth wall, then superposed his physical strength with space armor, thus breaking his defense and ending him. However, Varian also had a harvest. The intangible benefit was this match made him realize the importance of powerful combinations. The more tangible benefit was of course the XP due to taking attacks from a level 4 Mind Awakener. Awesome! Mind Path Level 1, 100/100, Varian couldn't help but grin widely. His body path took around a week to reach the peak of level 1. Space path took 2 weeks. Thunder path took quite some time. His morpher path was the fastest so far, but that was under the formations. Even then, mind path was the fastest. In a matter of minutes since awakening, he advanced from a low level 1 to peak level 1. He broke his own record of the fastest level 1 peak. As Varian reveled in joy, a line of text floated in front. Do you want to challenge the 5th floor? Please note that the challenges are all level 5. Varian recalled the honor list. Even the 500th spot was occupied by a low level 5. Since the honor list was the most comprehensive ranking of combat power of all cadets, Varian wanted to see how far he could go. Yes. He was transferred to the 5th floor. After the conversation with Rita, they watched Varian enter the tower and decided to join in the fun. One of them posted, "First year's strongest genius enters the Tower of Trials. Claims to get into the ranking. What audacity." The post was lit and soon, many outraged crowds who had nothing better to do gathered. Thus, the current scene of nearly 100 cadets purely spectating the scene appeared. They gazed at the bottom of the honor list. Rank 500. Sebastian. Rank 500. Sebastian is a 3rd year. He is already one of the powerful ones among the low level 5. A girl with a ponytail said. Yes. Even Charles Xander only advanced to level 5 in the 2nd semester and only then did he challenge the Tower of Trials. The senior said in nostalgia. Yes. What talent. He broke into ranking in a single go. Rita gnashed her teeth. There's my goddess, Siarah. She too broke into the ranking in 1st year. A lean guy reminded them while gnawing on his snacks. His eyes showed admiration and worship. Shut up. She's my goddess. A hunky cadet glared at him, flexing his muscles. Oh. I can fry your muscles with a snap. The lean guy revealed his aura. Snap. Snap. Air twisted, and temperature rose. The cadets surrounding him distanced themselves from him while others shielded themselves from the heat. A low level 5. For a 3rd-year cadet in 1st semester, it was not a bad level. Perhaps, he could advance to mid-level 5 before graduation. Calm, the hunky guy raised his fist but paused midway. TSK. Are you so scared? The lean guy taunted and was about to laugh when he shut his mouth halfway. The crowd was silenced as they watched a stunning young woman with beautiful blonde hair seat glance at the tower before entering the cafe next to the tower. From the VIP top floor, a level 5 body awakener could easily see the honor list. Gulp. I'm dreaming. The lean guy swallowed and pinched himself. Me too. The hunk punched himself. So it's true. Varian is related to Siarah. What do you expect? It's said that Siarah's father is a high-ranking officer. Maybe she is trying to suck up to Varian's master. Rita muttered. Woman. Shut your mouth. Both the lean guy and hunky guy growled at her. Following them, the guys in the crowd glared at her. Rita paled and turned her head. Humph. You are all simps. You think these talented people care about you or I? The senior cadet with Rita chuckled nervously and shifted the topic. So, do you think Varian can hit the ranking? No way. Maybe in the next semester. It's not even 2 months in the academic year. The lean cadet folded his arms and gave his opinion. The academy started on 5th, 8th month, 5/20. Today was 23rd, second month, 521. Only 25% of academic year passed. Even Siarah and Charles reached the rankings after 70% of the academic year passed. That itself was an achievement. So no one believed Varian could break the record. Even if he was talented, and beat up Narcis, it is impossible. Charles Xander was a better talent than Narcis in every possible way. I don't care. Since he is favored by the goddess, he might break into the list. The hunky man glanced at Sarah's outline on the top floor of the cafe and simped. You're incorrigible. Rita shook her head. We can ask his ranking when he comes. I doubt he can even break into top 1000. Rita expected the crowd to rebuke her. She would take the insults initially. But when he exited, he'd prove her words right. That way, she'd prove she was better than others. Even though she no talent, she was not trash. But unexpectedly, the crowd was silent. Are you dumb or what? Rita snarled at them. Don't ignore me. I don't have talent, but don't ignore me. She shook the arm of the lean guy in annoyance. The lean guy's body shook, but he was transfixed. His expression was lost with his mouth wide open. Rita thought a telepath was controlling him, but she realized his gaze seemed to be fixed on the honor list. What no? She turned around and instantly felt dumb. She tried to open her mouth, but no words came out. Looking at the list, there was a feeling bubbling within her. She couldn't tell what it was, but it grew at an alarming rate. Even with all the internal turmoil, her body was frozen as she gazed at the honor list. Rank 500, Varian. Gulp. This time, everyone in the crowd gulped. Drip. Drop. Sweat rolled down their forehead and splashed against the shiny black floor. You must be kidding me, the girl with ponytail shivered. You can't use star treasures beyond your own level inside, so there's no chance of cheating. The hunky cadet clenched his fist. First year, first semester, even though he must be very injured, he did it. He created history. The lean guy sighed with a complicated expression. It's been only 10 minutes since he entered, right? The senior with Rita reminded. Everyone slowly waking up from their thoughts was once again stupefied. Fuck. There would be 5 matches in 4th floor alone. Then, to reach 500 in overall ranking, Varian would have to reach around 500 on the 5th floor. Even if he displayed extraordinary combat power, that too would take around 2 matches. So 7 matches in 10 minutes? Average time of each match is 1 minute 30 seconds? Was this a joke? Since level 5s take more time than level 4s, then he finished off level 4s in less than a minute. The onlookers stood outside with their mouths open, unable to mutter a word for a long time. It was expected from level 5s, anyway. Once again, Varian started from the last ranked participant on the floor. Rank 1000. Low level 5, the opponent was a controller. Naturally, his physical stats were lower than enhanced awakeners at the same level. But since he was a level above, all his physical stats were above Varian. Stack that with the ability of controller awakeners, increasing any single physical stat by a significant amount. If Varian only used his enhanced level 4 powers, he'd have been in trouble. But there was always a better option. Level 3 Body Morpher plus Space Armor by Level 3 Space Path plus Peak Level 4 Body Path. This allowed him to easily leapfrog and slay the opponent. The best part was the Space Armor. It just felt like a normal layer covering his body, but its mere presence increases his defense and strength. Then came the second opponent. 600th rank. Low level 5. Perhaps the strength he displayed was very high. The ranking directly jumped from 1000 to 600. Varian didn't worry and brandished his 4-star sword. This time, it was a water awakener. Varian used lightning attacks, space block and mental interference in conjunction. Since they were at best only level 3, the trouble they caused was very low. But Varian seized the opportunity and ended the opponent in a single blow. To his frustration, Varian's next opponent wasn't a Mind Awakener. It was a Space Awakener. 490th rank. Low level 5. God damn. He cursed and experienced space bombs for the first time. It was a special skill unlocked at level 5. With Space Bomb, the space would collapse and cause great damage to the ones in it. Teleporting out of Space Bomb was incredibly difficult due to the unstable space. Thankfully, Varian's Morpher Path gave him the extra boost in vitality, and despite the injuries, he was able to fight at peak power, exchanging injury for an injury. He defeated the Space Awakener. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of him. Congratulations. You have entered the honor list. Varian smiled. This fight wasn't easy, but he could still go on for a while. If he was in a fatal condition, the trial would end. Of course, he could always call quits. So he decided to continue. But for now, he closed his eyes and took a healing potion. A green light descended from the sky and accelerated his healing process. Combined with his strong vitality and regeneration power due to Morpher powers, Varian was back to peak in 10 minutes. This healing time after the fight was almost equal to the entire time he spent before the fight. Varian also replenished his aura during the healing time and started the next match. Rank 450. Low level 5. Wow. I should have entered this place long ago. Varian grinned, looking at the girl who appeared in front of him in an instant. Her speed was much higher than his, and even when she raised her fist, the air in the way was practically blasted. I love fighting. Varian covered himself with space armor and lightning before returning the punch. Boom! Varian was pushed back with his feet entrenched in the ground. Despite the dual protection, his bones creaked. The chi in his body rose by a small amount. One more. Varian raised his uninjured left hand and roared. Boom! Come on. Varian forgot about winning and indulged in the fight. As their fists connected, and as his blood spurted, Varian found himself in the joy of battle. His mind was emptied of all other thoughts, and his proficiency in using the divine paths together increased at a rate visible to naked eye. Master is amazing. Boo muttered while watching the match from the ghost ship. Initially, Boo was surprised at Varian's divine paths. It was common sense that a single awakener cannot possess both body and morpher paths. Varian simply answered with the answer that, this is the result of my suffering. Boo was stupefied. Would suffering allow you to break the fundamental laws of divine paths? Nah. Master was hiding something. But as it asked more times, Master's answers changed. Because I suffered. I am talented. Because I am handsome. Of course, because I have to take cute Boo to its hometown. Dragon gave me a blessing. Boo realized the truth. It was definitely the last possibility. Since then, it didn't pester Master anymore. Was it its illusion, or did Master sigh in relief at seeing it shut up? Must be an illusion. Boo nodded to itself. He. It chuckled before turning its attention to the fight outside. As expected, Master's strength is continuously increasing. Boo sighed. Despite the injuries, Master is now actually stronger than before the battle started. Boom! As if to prove Boo's words, Varian crushed his opponent's neck and ended the match. Who? He sat down on the floor and gasped. Injuries piled up on his body. Broken bones, torn muscles and gushing blood. It was a bloody fight. But somehow, he didn't feel too tired. Under the healing light of the tower and his own potions, Varian healed in 20 minutes. Then he looked at his status bar and grinned. A mid-level 5 will do. Rank 400. Low level 5. Rank 400 here means around 380 or 390 on the honor list. That's an exclusive mid-level 5 zone, no? Varian wondered, but prepared himself for the decisive battle. To be honest, his chances of winning a rank 400, unless he used ghost ship stealth function and ambushed the other party, were practically zero. He had many paths, but didn't possess the advantage of dual awakeners yet. Dual awakeners were unrivaled because typically both of their paths would be at the same level. But the highest secondary path he had was only level 3. The surroundings changed from plains to a mountain range. Zap! Boom! From a distance, a thunderbolt shot at him. Following the bolt was an equally fast punch. Oh boy, what luck! Dual awakener of body and thunder path. Varian's eyes lit up. This guy was able to beat up mid-level 5 with his dual paths. More importantly, these two were the paths Varian wanted to fight the most. Come! Varian covered himself with lightning mana and teleported behind the opponent. Boom! Zap! Varian's fist punched empty air and at the same time, Thunderbolt crashed onto him, blowing him away. Varian senses something and glanced up. With lightning wings, the dual awakener as he floated in the air. Level 5 elemental awakeners could fly. Varian ignored the system prompts of rising XP. He could feel the bottlenecks of both body and lightning paths. After sustained injuries, Morpher Path also experienced growth and his prana increased significantly. Fight! Varian growled and teleported behind the dual awakener in the air. As his fist crashed into his opponent's chest, the opponent's fist hit his abdomen. At the same time, a huge lightning spear broke his defenses and plunged into his chest, sending him flying. Boom! Boom! Varian coughed out blood, and the dual awakener appeared above him in an instant. He raised a larger lightning spear and shot it at Varian. The lightning spear passed through empty air as Varian teleported out. Varian clutched his injury and gritted his teeth. This combat power was certainly at mid-level 5. Others would have backed away from such a tough fight and called quits. But fighting is my way. Varian tore his shirt and blocked the bleeding. The dual awakener turned back and rushed at Varian with breakneck speed. Varian gripped his sword and took a deep breath. Now! At the same time, notifications began to ring. Tower of Trials advises you to quit. The dual awakener condensed a lightning sword and slashed at him. Varian tried to block it. Creak! Varian's hand flayed, and the sword in his grip plunged into the ground. Tower of Trials warns you. Quit now. The dual awakener raised his sword at the injured Varian. Varian teleported away, but in no time, the sword followed him. Looking at the emotionless eyes of his opponent, Varian's eyes showed no fear. As blood dripped down his forehead, and as the wound in his chest ached, he could feel the bottlenecks rapidly loosening. Almost there. Varian blocked off the space around the Thunder Awakener. It broke in an instant. Varian splurged his lighting mana and sent dozens of lightning bolts onto the opponent. They all failed to penetrate the dual awakener's lightning shield. The best they did was slow him down a little. In case you're about to die, you'll be forcibly transferred out. As the sword was about to pierce Varian's heart, Varian used all the space power he could use and twisted his body lightly. Splurt. The sword passed through his lung and Varian's fist hit the lightning shield. Bang! Varian broke the dual awakener's shield, but by the time it reached his neck, it already lost most of its power and could do little damage. At the same time, the lightning from the sword electrocuted his body, and Varian's consciousness blurred. As the world darkened, he heard 2 clicks and the Tower of Trials' voice. You're forcibly transferred out. Deducing merit points for your healing. After an unknown time, Varian found himself on a soft grassland. He was still injured, but he could feel strength returning to his body rapidly. The green light from the tower accelerated his healing. As he tried to sit up, Varian's expression changed. The perception of his senses increased multifold. He could accurately feel of every single grass on his skin. With an expectant face, he muttered, status. Space Path Level 3, 40 of 400 Lightning Path Level 40/1000 Morpher Path Level 3, 80/400 Mind Path Level 1, 100/100, Varian couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He gulped down an expensive healing potion and felt the healing speed up. Then he analyzed the status again. Since his opponent, the Duel Awakener, was a low level 5 in both body and lightning paths, Varian was easily able to gather XP. He didn't know what system did, but his body seemed to be able to configure itself with fights. By fighting with a level 5 body awakener, the chi in his body automatically improved. When they exchanged blows, the chi of the other party would also spill into him. The chi in his body seemed to envelop it and learn from it. The more fights, the more spill over. At the same time, Varian, consciously or subconsciously, was also directing the chi in his body. Usually, normal awakeners would also realize how to improve their chi during the battle. But their own chi would not actively learn. Plus, they would stop with one improvement. They had to wait until the battle was over, then meditate, gather aura, and use that new understanding to increase their chi. Few geniuses would directly use the aura in their body and improve on the spot. But since aura in their body was limited, their improvement was also limited. For Varian, however, system provided aura right in the middle of fight. This allowed him to improve without consuming his own aura reserves. With the aura restrictions gone, using his changed talent and battle sense, he could always improve multiple times. It's a total cheat. Varian sighed. Lightning Path also advanced to level 4. Essentially, a level 4 elementalist would be able to use the element to construct structures. Varian clenched his hand, and a lightning sword condensed in his palm. The mana was densely concentrated and, even while directly touching the lightning, Varian didn't feel any problem. With each level, the resistance of lightning would increase. His space path showed slight improvement, along with the morpher path. He stretched his arms and felt the explosive strength. He could easily pulverize a mountain, throw an aeroplane of old Earth, and jump 100 meters. Even a 100-meter building has 30 stories. The most intuitive feeling was the current Varian could beat 10 previous Varian. As Varian reveled in the intoxication of strength, the Tower of Trial notification popped up. Your ranking in 5th floor is 401, your honor list ranking is 405, not bad, actually. Now that I've advanced to level 5, I can beat all mid-level 5s. Varian was certain of that. Even as a level 4, he won all low-level 5. That was a cross-level gap. Not to mention now, it was only a single sub-realm within the level. I remember the strongest mid-level 5 ranking was 150. Welp. Varian clicked his tongue. From the cadet side, there were only around 150 people stronger than him. Not for long. He smiled with confidence. Do you wish to leave behind your phantom? No. Varian decisively refused. It was only after knowing this option he dared to enter the tower. Else, in the case someone found about his quad, no, penta-divine paths, it'd be really troublesome. Mind path is actually a good combination for every path. It's a pity its level is still low. Varian shook his head. Are you sure don't want your phantom to be left behind? The tower shall use a phantom of equivalent strength, but your honor would be lost. Honor my ass. I refuse. Varian didn't even think about it. Except for very few who didn't want to leak their fighting style, everyone else left their phantom in the tower. It was really a symbol of honor. The tower didn't bother him again. Contest is transferred out. Varian felt the surroundings blur before he found himself at the entrance. The huge metallic door was behind him, the entry-free counter was just a few steps ahead. The counter boy, a second-year cadet, was staring at him with wide eyes. It was like Varian was an alien. No, even aliens don't get such a gaze. Did I kill your parents or what? Varian was bewildered. This counter guy charged him 200 merit points to enter the tower. The tower could only be challenged once every calendar month. Varian ignored the guy's weird gaze and walked outside. What? He frowned at the huge crowd gathered in the square. Is there a famous contestant coming today? There are too many people now. Varian shook his head and was about to leave. But a girl in the crowd pointed at him and yelled. He's out. The crowd swarmed at him. With great enthusiasm, they spoke eagerly. Wow! You're the real deal, big brother. Several girls and even guys looked at him in adoration. Master Varian, do you lack a lackey? I'm willing to be one. Fuck off. Brother Varian, how about forming a team with us? We're all low level 5s. Of course, there were the invitations as always. But this time, there were different invitations, too. Brother Varian, do you want to be an honorary member of Rishak family? We have a level 9. We'll provide you the resources. You don't have to do anything. That was a lie. The most expensive thing in the world was free. Since they gave him something, they'd get something from him in return. Besides, Varian had no intention of joining a family. Especially after seeing the way Aster clan operated, he had a prejudice against them. Rishak family is only a new family. Brother Varian, join our Earth's trade union branch. You can get any star treasures you want. Trade union? No thanks. He had star treasures from Boo's inventory. Right from 1 star to 9 star. He looted different kinds of potions from the hideouts, and they'd last for a long time. Brother Varian, a girl threw herself at him. Varian stepped back and watched her slide onto the floor. Brother Varian. The girl's beautiful face was disheveled. She looked up at Varian with a pitiful face. She quickly stood up and said in a grieving tone. My big sister is very beautiful. You can be my brother-in-law. But, you treat me so badly. Woo, the other invitees rolled their eyes. What was shameless? This was shameless. But seeing Varian's silence, they thought he was tempted. I have a beautiful big sister. Much beautiful than this wench. She didn't even let a boy touch her fingertips. A burly man stepped forward and declared. Varian didn't reply. He was expressionlessly gazing at the man. Inwardly, he was thinking. So her father never held her? Wow. The burly man looked at Varian's face and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, my little sister, too. But you have to wait for 3 years. She is not of age yet. Varian still held the same indifferent gaze. But he was screaming inside. What do I look like to go after a minor? You pervert. The burly man clenched his teeth, and his shoulders trembled. Sweat rolled down Varian's forehead. Wait, no, my girlfriend too. The burly man trembled. But you must promise to treat her kindly. The crowd went silent. They stared at the burly man and then at Varian. Some men secretly moved a few steps forward. They too gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Their shoulders trembled, they looked like they were about to make a great sacrifice. The fuck? Varian cursed the burly guy's 8 generations. Did their brains fry out due to a high mind awakener? He was about to open his mouth and refuse when, brother-in-law. The girl from earlier cried out. Big brother. The guy who wanted to recruit him to his family. Sir Varian. The ones who invited him to their adventure team. Looking at their eager eyes, Varian's scalp tingled. Being too popular was not good. He turned to the cafe in the distance and said. Siarah, come out already. How does she do that? Any idea, Boo? Varian wondered. According to human aesthetics, she's very beautiful. Varian is not interested in joining any forces. Siarah said with an indifferent face. Her words doused the enthusiasm of many forces. But soon, they thought of another way. Even if they were related by marriage, wouldn't they get his support? Varian caught those greedy eyes and quickly said. I have no intentions of getting a partner anytime soon. But my big sister is. The girl still didn't give up. Varian's face twitched. This girl was a goner. Siarah squinted at the girl, and she shut up obediently. Varen was about to give a grateful smile to Siarah when he noticed she was looking at him with a weird look. It must be the previous statement he made. She was thinking of something weird. Died single. Still a virgin. Boo, bomb my tomb. Varian ordered immediately. Are you sure, master? It could be used as a sweet memory. Boo persuaded. Memory? If someone finds my tomb after I get popular, I'd better die. Just bomb it already. Fine. Varian's face condensed, and he said in a solemn tone. If you don't want to lose the people you love, and if you don't want your loved ones to lose you, being strong is the only way. External strength, no matter how high, cannot be relied upon. Varian said and nodded at Siarah. Her figure blurred and in a second, they both appeared in the top floor of the cafe. Apparently, she booked a room in the top floor. The top floor was carved out of a special wood, maligna. It emitted a sweet fragrance. Just breathing it was enough to soothe the mind. As Varian stepped into the room, he was taken aback. 2 or 3 people hugged him. If not for the voices, he'd have attacked them right away. Varian. Little brother. So glad to see you alive. Varian smiled awkwardly looking at the teammates. Crimson. Ivy. Alvia. Luca. He could understand Olivia and Ivy hugging him, but why was this big guy, Luca, hugging him too? I'm very glad for you, see you all safe. Varian coughed and gently separated himself from their hug. The room was large. There were a few soft couches and a large dining table in the middle. Other than that, there were several holographic paintings on the wall. They returned an hour ago. Siarah sat on the couch and motioned to him. Varian sat beside her and took a good look at the Siarah team as they sat on the couch in front. Ivy was still the same. Petite. Flat. Cute pink hair. Nothing changed with Crimson. Wait. His red hair was now reaching his waist. Luca comfortably occupied area meant for 2 people, but just right for his frame. Olivia sat gracefully. All their eyes on him. Ivy was the first to break the silence. I don't know how we can thank you. She glanced down and closed her eyes. The others' faces also turned heavy. If not for him, they'd have died for sure. Even Siarah. Varian smiled and waved his hand. It's over. Don't bring this up already. Tell me something joyful. What were you up to? Luca slammed the table and said. We took a mission and joined a small skirmish in the planetoid Proxima and slayed a couple of abyssal warriors. Varian was surprised. Planetoids were artificial mini-planets created for military purposes. They laid between a planet and its pairing abyss. Whoever controlled these would have the initiative. Each planet had quite a few planetoids. They were the real theaters of war, the place where the High Awakeners fought. In such places, the lives of mid-awakeners was not guaranteed. Even level 6 could die easily. But the 4 seemed fine and even managed to kill of abyssal warriors, level 5s. Siarah seemed to notice his doubts and explained. Proxima is a very small planetoid. There are only a few level 7s in charge. Level 6 are usually the strongest fighters. As level 5s, they will be fine. Crimson chuckled and bragged. That is of course. Even amongst high level 5s, we rank in the top 100. Siarah stifled her laugh and said. You barely reached top 100 yourself. Ahem. Don't mind the details. Crimson waved his hands. Olivia shifted the topic. Siarah called us here a few minutes ago. Did you go to Tower of Trials or what? Varian nodded. Oh. Ivy gaped at him and then gave him an encouraging smile. Don't be down, little brother. You were level 2 a month ago. But after a year, you can surely reach level 5 and enter the rankings. Olivia also nodded. Yes. They started out at level 3 since first year. But don't worry, I can help you out with missions. Even though I'm not rich like Captain, the resources you need to advance to Mid-Awakener are not difficult for me. Luca joined with a simple smile. Count me in as well. We should help him out and let him advance quick. Crimson expressed his approval. Looking at their active clamoring, Varian fell silent and glanced at Siarah on the side. She was trying her best to stop herself from laughing. No. She was trembling already. Apparently, Siarah didn't tell he was Evander's disciple. Or they would never speak those words. Didn't know you liked to fool people. Varian smiled at her and then turned to the excited seniors. Actually, yes. Ivy jumped. How did you in your first run? She was asking about the Tower of Trials. Level 2s would enter the second floor and fight other level 2s. Basically other first years or second years. It's alright. Don't be shy. Olivia encouraged him with a kind smile. We were in level 3 in our first year, but none of us reached top 100. You have a lot of time left. Varian finally sighed and said. I am the disciple of our dean. What? The 4 stood up in shock. Also, about my honor list. Varian tapped on his comm. Varian first year honor ranking, 405, little brother, I must be seeing things. Ivy slumped on the couch. The rest followed as they dazedly stared at Varian with a dumb face. Recalling the words they told him before, their faces flushed. I. Olivia buried her face into her ample bosom. The guys didn't have the option as Olivia, so they stared at the ceiling. Ivy just curled herself into a ball. They were extremely embarrassed. Pfft. Siarah finally burst into laughter. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had known Siarah for almost 4 years now. Siarah might look indifferent to others, but Olivia could see through the facade. Behind that mask of indifference was a girl who always blamed herself for everything. After her mother's death, Siarah's father neglected even talking to her. She didn't know how or when, but Siarah picked up something during those years. If only I had not been a Duel Awakener, perhaps my father would still talk to me. He'd still accompany me to watch the moon. He'd still attend my birthday. He'd still say, Siarah, I'm proud of you. Olivia still remembered the first time she met Siarah. It was shortly after Pluto War. Siarah was grief-stricken upon losing her mother. At the same, she was depressed and powerless because of how her father turned. Olivia prided herself in her ability to read others. What's more, the eyes of the 15-year-old Siarah were like open windows. If I was not a Duel Awakener, I could be a sovereign. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault. My fault. Olivia sighed deeply before turning to Varian and Siarah. They were in the middle of a conversation. Varian, you liked that girl calling you brother-in-law, right? Sarah's voice was filled with teasing. Something Olivia didn't see often. No. It's super awkward. And you kept on watching? Varian responded in a resentful tone. Huh? What was with the tone? You need to adapt yourself to these situations. Popularity has its own share of its trouble. Siarah gave him a free lesson. Then she glanced at Varian and said with a serious expression. Or don't be shocked when a woman brings a child claiming you're the dad. Varian's face twitched, and he looked at Siarah to confirm whether she was joking or being serious. She's joking, of course. Olivia wanted to say, but didn't. Olivia knew that Varian wouldn't be able to tell. But, so I am the innocent victim for you to prank on? Varian put on a sad face. Why you can read her? Olivia gasped. Her movements turned their attention. Siarah turned to Olivia with a bright smile. When did I see such a smile? Olivia couldn't help but recall Siarah's condition after returning from the mission. Siarah was grieving, guilt-ridden and enraged at the same time. The four of them also grieved his death. But instead of wallowing in sorrow, they left. The army also indoctrinated this. The greatest gift to a deceased loved one was to keep moving ahead in your path. But Siarah couldn't. Is there something you want to say, Olivia? Varian asked after seeing her fall silent. Olivia collected herself. With a gentle smile, she shook her head. I am just happy. Siarah raised an eyebrow before nodding. She hadn't felt it herself, but Olivia could tell. Siarah was relaxed. The others also came to terms with Varian's absurdity and reverted to their positions. Only Ivy's small face was still flushed. Luca asked Varian with an eager smile. So Varian, are you a level 5 now? Luca sounded like a starving man that found a loaf of bread. No. He sounded even more desperate. But his question also turned everyone's attention to him. Their eyes were fixated on him and Varian could almost say it already on their faces. With his rank, everyone would assume he was low level 5. There was no use hiding. But they wouldn't know he was only level 4 when he won that rank. His current strength was in the ranges of mid-level 5, unlike what they believed. He could use his body path to convince everyone that his strength was only low level 5. Varian coughed lightly and nodded. Damn. Despite guessing, Crimson couldn't help but curse. Luca stood up all of a sudden. Varian, how about we spa, pa? Ivy pushed his shoulders and sat him down with a glare. It said no trouble. Luca nodded grievously. These people don't know the joy of fighting. I remember you were level 2 a month ago, just what on earth happened? Olivia couldn't help but ask. Crimson said. Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Varian shook his head and explained that story. When mentioning ambrosia, he looked at Olivia with a cheeky smile. It's all thanks to you I found ambrosia. Ahem. Looking at his eyes, Olivia felt her face flush without meaning to. Click. Click. The comms perfectly captured her red face. Olivia didn't seem to notice. I'm pretty lucky to survive. It's good to see you all. Varian said and recalled something. The mission points. Why did I get so many? He asked. 2,000 merit points was a huge sum even for a second year. So why? It is dependent on the merits. Saving our lives twice is as good as doing the mission yourself. Olivia explained, dispelling his confusion. Everyone is fine with it. Let's skip the topic. Siarah insisted. As they chatted, Varian found the topics were revolving around him. The four knew that Siarah's father was Evander. So they assumed the reason Varian became a disciple was half talent and half gratitude. Varian didn't correct them. Even Siarah was not sure. They had a sumptuous meal, and it was, of course, Varian's treat. There was one thing in their conversation that irked Varian. Seth. He apparently took a mission and left 2 weeks ago. Crimson looked outside the window and saw the suns were about to set. Time sure flies fast. He stood up with a smile. With your current strength and status, you likely won't encounter any trouble. But if you have anything we can help you with, do not hesitate. He said with a handshake. Luca wanted to give him a bear hug and at the same time, ask for a spar. Thankfully, Ivy dragged him away. Olivia said something similar to Crimson, and they were about to leave. All of a sudden, Siarah seemed to remember something and laughed. You know, Varian has a Tom. Before she could finish, Varian grabbed her hand abruptly. Crimson nodded. Luca was confused as ever. Ivy dragged him out and they all literally ran. And no. You're misunderstanding something. Siarah tried to argue. What misunderstanding? Varian fell into deep thought. Siarah glared at him and raised her hands, that were still held together. This. Oh. I had to stop you from speaking. Varian let go of her hand and said with an innocent smile. Then his face twitched, and he asked. Why bring up my tomb? You know? Siarah was surprised. According to her, Varian just returned from the dungeon and then entered Tower of Trials. She thought he was unaware of his own tomb. She also planned to take everyone to his tomb for sightseeing, for visiting. Maybe a selfie or two would be good. No, Siarah thought to herself. I'm not a child anymore. But it was a lie to say she wasn't tempted. She wanted to see Varian's expression at her selfie on his tomb. Siarah. Why are you getting these thoughts? She tried to argue with herself. Varian didn't know that he escaped a catastrophe by asking Boo to destroy his tomb. Looking at the dazed Siarah, he said with a helpless expression. Don't believe anything the tomb says. Recalling the epitaph, Siarah couldn't help but smile. She felt sad visiting the tomb when he was gone, but now that the man himself was alive, it felt like a prank on him. Especially that line. It was truly the best one she read. She snickered. So, you are not a virgin? Siarah, what about you? Varian shot back. What about me? Siarah flinched and took a step back. Her reaction said it all. TSK. A virgin yourself and you are teasing me? Varian rolled his eyes and spread his arms. Welcome to the club. Siarah's face flushed uncontrollably, and she raised her fist. And no. Okay, you're not a virgin. Varian tried to pacify the embarrassed Siarah. Siarah's gaze turned dangerous. Okay, you are. Her fist was approaching him. What should I say, honestly? Varian racked his brains but couldn't answer. Worst comes to worst, he'd run away. Looks like you are having fun. A soft voice rang beside them, prompting Siarah to stop. Anna appeared behind them. Siarah quickly composed herself and said with grievance. You have the most fun by scaring me every time. Anna nodded. Yes, leaving Siarah dumbfounded. Then she turned to Varian and said in surprise. I didn't expect you to reach level 5 so soon. I'm sure your master would be ecstatic. Well, I'm sure he'd be more shocked. When I met him, I was still some distance from breakthrough and he knew it. Varian thought. I think he'll be the most happy once the war ends. Varian said casually. Siarah fell silent. She glanced at the ground and bit her lower lip. With a short goodbye, she left with Anna. Did I say something wrong? Varian wondered as he boarded a hover bus and reached his new dorm. Silver Community. Unlike normal dorms, Silver Community was exclusive for the 10 silver rankers. There was a security check around the perimeter. If one wanted to enter, they had to take permission from the residents. Including teachers. Varian only understood why after stepping into the community. He couldn't mistake the heavy feeling in the air. The aura. It was 50% higher than outside. Then what about Golden Community, Diamond Community and Amethyst Community? Varian gulped. His conventional training speed was actually monstrous. The reason it appeared slow was because fighting gave him too much XP. For instance, just to advance from high level 4 to level 5, a normal cadet would take around 3 to 4 months, the entire year only has 8 months. In old Earth terms, it took around 6 months. Even a genius would take 1 month. Varian did it in a mere day. To be precise, in a few hours. So aura wasn't as enticing to him as others. But still, if sufficient aura was present, it could speed up his progress. This is luxury. Varian arrived in front of a small villa residence named Silver One. A barrier blocked the vision from the outside. It also served as the automated security check. After scanning his comm, Varian entered his new residence. After checking it out, he realized it wasn't actually small. There was a garden to grow special herbs if one wanted. There was a swimming pool with dense liquids that could be used to train body under various conditions. There was also a room with aura concentration formation. He only needed to put in aura crystals and the concentration of aura in the room would rise. There was a kitchen, a large living room, a storeroom and a few others on the ground floor. On the first floor, there were 2 bedrooms. A resident could invite one person to stay with them, but not indefinitely. There were certain rules and procedures Varian wasn't going to bother with. Speaking of aura, there was one more thing. There is also aura well. Varian recalled the information about the other sovereign treasure. It was the holy ground for practice. Apparently, there was a large aura crystal mine under the aura well. With the help of aura well treasure, a holy ground was created. The deeper one went into the well, the denser the aura. There would be no sudden fluctuations in aura and it was extremely safe to practice. Usually, whenever a cadet wanted to advance to the next level, they'd visit the aura well. As he was considering whether to check it out now, Boo reported. Master, your tomb is bombed. No traces of it exist on Earth. It was as if a huge burden was lifted off his chest. Varian let out the brightest smile ever. Your friends Kyle and Maya are engrossed in a project. Do you want me to contact them through other means? Varian thought for a while before shaking his head. They hate to be disturbed. I'll visit them when they're done. Mr. Gareth proposed you meet him if you go on a mission. Sure thing. Varian nodded. Mr. Seth's calm is broken. But there is no news of his death or disappearance. Only Seth was still missing, but since no one knew about it, the mission must be important. After sorting out, Varian started the dreaded exam. His comm started recording everything around him, ensuring no cheating. But, option C. 2.33313. Through their mental communication, Boo helped him a bit. But it was mostly Varian's diligent answering. Yep. He was a model student. Sovereign is not a realm, it is a state. There are 8 sovereigns, but only 6 artifacts. One is lost in the Pluto War. It is speculated that the artifact is lost or captured by abyssals. It is impossible to win a war without planetoids. After a gruesome hour, it ended. Good job. Varian patted Boo for its contribution. Then he checked out his combat test. Combat test, take the Tower of Trials. Stay inside for 1 hour. You passed the test. Congratulations on passing the tests of first month. Phew. Varian sighed in relief. That was quick. Now he had time in hands. He had only goal. Merit points. After I check out the aura well, I'll just take a mission. With my strength, and Boo's assistance, I'd be able to earn a lot of merit points. Varian decided. After washing up, he entered the training room. After entering the aura crystals, aura concentration increased by 33%. Compared to the normal dorm, it was double. Varian sat down cross-legged and descended into meditation. Plus 40 XP, plus 15 XP, plus 20 XP, plus 0 XP, Varian was about to pump his fist when he realized he was holding the suicide jacket. His body stiffened and he hurriedly put it inside the space ring. While he didn't like it much, there was no denying that it helped his space path tremendously. Status. He muttered, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 5, October 2000 Space Path Level 3, 80/400 Lightning Path Level 4, 15/1000 Morpher Path Level 3, 100/400 Mind Path Level 1, 100/100. It was clear at a glance that the most progress was observed in Level 3, followed by Level 4 and then Level 5. Barring Mind Path which reached the bottleneck, the other paths followed the pattern. This was common for every awakener across all divine paths. The higher the level, the slower the progress. The awakeners had a famous line for this experience. Progressing in divine path is like swimming up a waterfall. It is impossible for mortals. Even for awakeners, the higher you go, the slower it gets. The scariest thing is we can't see the end. Varian agreed with them wholeheartedly, but decided not to share his experience. He was only practicing for a few hours and he made great progress. If he practiced all day, his progress would at least double. Omitting bottlenecks, with plus 20 XP every day, he'd only need 100 days to reach the peak of level 5. Of course, including bottlenecks, he'd take at most 120 days to reach peak of level 5. Even geniuses take over 500 days. Even that included the treasures, battle experiences, guidances and more. However, Varian's plain practice threw them miles behind. The most important thing, however, was this: practicing actually slowed him down. Fighting was the best vehicle to his progress. Varian first-year merit points, 2410 cumulative points, 2810 recent transactions, entry fee, 200 MP deducted for Tower of Trials healing fee, 200 MP deducted by Tower of Trials honor rank, 300 MP deposited by Tower of Trials. Even though Varian's heart ached at losing 200 MP for healing, he consoled himself with the 300 merit points. Why do cadets go to Tower of Trials? Honor? Yes. But to spend 200 merit points just for honor was a stretch. Unless it was someone like Narcis, but that was another issue. Usually, once a cadet enters the honor ranking, they'd be given merit points every month. 401 to 500 ranking, 300 merit points. 301 to 400 ranking, 500 merit points. Ranking 1, 10,000 merit points. If I have the first rank, just 2 months and I'll have enough MP to check Sia's information. Varian sighed. Soon, he shook his head. There was still a tremendous gap between him and peak of level 6. My growth rate surpasses everyone here. I just need to make sure I don't get killed by some stupid system. Varian had a profound realization in the shower. System. After cursing the system as usual, Varian went to the second sovereign treasure. Aura well. Like Tower of Trials, it too needed an entree fee. At the same time, there were restrictions on the times of usage. Once per month. Of course, if one was about to advance to the next level, they could get the permission for extra use. Their permission for next month would be used up. Varian's arrival caught the attention of the cadets. But unlike Tower of Trials, Aura Well had no ranking list. There was also a much smaller crowd. He ignored their approaches and paid the entree fee. As he moved forward, Varian saw the entry point. An underground tunnel. Let's see what's so good about this. He jumped in. Thud. The first thing he felt was the slightly higher aura concentration. It was around 2% higher than normal. Much less than his own dorm. Varian's eyes took a moment before they adjusted to the darkness. He noticed the obvious feature: the central part of the well was hollow. He moved towards the center and gazed down. White fog, presumably aura, clouded his vision. So much aura. Varian smiled. After a few glances, he understood the well's shape. It was a dark red metallic structure that spiraled down. It resembled a huge spring that was forcibly drilled into the ground. To make the analogy accurate, a hollow spring in soil. Even though the area he was standing on was minuscule compared to the vast hollowness at the center, it too was at least half a mile wide. All in all, if Varian continued to move forward, he'd descend and reach lower floors. So he did. There was no one in the way. That was not surprising since any cadet who could pay 200 merit points could reach way below. He reached the second floor. The aura concentration was 5% higher than normal. Third. 7.5% higher. Fourth seemed to be step up. Fourth. 15% higher. Fifth. 25% higher. Sixth. 35% higher. Varian encountered a cadet in the 6th floor. A boy was sitting cross-legged. His age was too young to be a cadet. He looked only to be around 16. He was a mid-level one. The initial progress in divine paths was slow. This boy was definitely a genius in his school. Apparently, Since Aura Well was one of the kind treasures, the Academy decided to conduct competitions in high schools. The few lucky winners across the earth were given the opportunity to practice in the Aura Well. These kids couldn't go deeper than a few floors. So no one had any objection. I remember no one was selected in my school. Varian quickly passed through the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor. It was a lie to say Varian didn't feel jealous. He trained like a madman for almost a decade. He didn't even get the fruits of his labor. Yet here was another boy who was getting a head start. Forget it. If I awakened like everyone, I wouldn't be where I am today. Varian took a deep breath and pushed down the memories that threatened to flood his mind. The memories of those bittersweet training were imprinted into every inch of his body. Even if he wanted to, his body couldn't forget it. That was the main reason Varian was able to take so many injuries and still fight. Perhaps he was not the most talented person in battle, but he sure was the one who could take the most hits. Shaking his head, Varian passed by several cadets. 10th floor had almost 70% higher aura than outside. There were around 10 cadets. They were all at the peak of level 2 and were hitting the bottleneck. They were among the top of ordinary cadets. Discounting Narcis and Ryan, who were at the top of genius category, most geniuses advanced to level 3 in the first month. The real deal breaker was breaking the bottleneck and advancing to level 4. Depending on talent and diligence, this bottleneck could take from 3 weeks to even months. After reaching level 5, none of first years are my opponents. Varian continued to descend down. 11th floor. 12th floor. 13th floor. The aura went from invisible to light smog. With the floors, the aura concentration also continued to increase. 100%. 125%. 150%. The cadets also continued to increase. Varian saw the second years. There were quite a few of them hitting the bottleneck to level 5. There were a few level 4 third years but no peak level 5. Varian knew that in the near 2000 third year cadets, there are only around 40 peak level 5s. Advancing to level 6 was much harder and was said to take longer. Even for a genius, taking a year to break the bottleneck was normal. That only highlighted Sarah's and Charles's strength. They were both level 6. I have to reach that level, soon. Varian vowed to himself and pushed himself to the 20th floor. Aura condensed into white fog and overwhelmed his senses. Even his enhanced vision couldn't see through it. Moreover, the high concentration of aura was making him dizzy. Varian had to force himself to stay awake. Without proper strength, too much aura was harmful. Thankfully, aura increased gradually with each floor and Varian found just the right spot. 20th floor's aura was 300% higher than normal. That meant, the aura here was 4 times higher than outside. Varian sat down cross-legged and began his first practice in Aura Well. Whoosh! Like a whale swallowed water, he swallowed aura. Huh! Williamson was returning from the 30th floor when he sensed a terrifying suction force in the air. Is anyone advancing to level 6? He guessed. Even then, the amount of aura was a bit high. We have too few at level 6. Is it Mia or Sophia? He wondered and spread his mental sense. What the heck? Williamson couldn't help but swear. A cadet in first-year uniform sat cross-legged. The thick, almost invisible fog around him was thinning at a visible rate. He's just a low-level 5? Previously, Haedon was suffering from the aftermath of creating a clone. So his strength declined considerably. But this time, he was at his peak. Despite that, the distance between them actually shrunk by a bit. Even though there was still a great gap between their strength, Haedon was alarmed. He crushed the Fairy Emperor but not so severe that Zion Envoy got involved. After a humiliating defeat, Fairy Emperor left with a smug smile. He knew his life was safe. Zions were using him as a dog to harass Abyssals and he was more than happy to be one. Dad, are you alright? Eva asked him with red eyes. Who made my daughter cry? Haedon was about to yell at the guards before realizing she was gazing outside. Rika, the city of beauty and prosperity. Rika, home to countless abyssals. A district, albeit small, was destroyed in the battle. Despite Haedon taking extra care to distance their fight from the masses, at least 100,000 abyssals breathed their last. Eva, his kind-hearted daughter, couldn't stand such grievous scene. But, it's all right. Things will get better. Haedon raised his hand to pat her head before drawing them back. His hands were stained with blood. He didn't want them to blaspheme her pureness. Really, Daddy? Eva asked him with bright eyes. Haedon forced himself to smile. I promise you. There will be peace. Yay! Eva cheered and, regardless of his current condition, kissed him. I trust Daddy. You are the strongest. I will tell Julie. She fears she will lose her dad. Eva said, but quickly shook her head. I'll go cheer them up. You always say my smile wipes out their worries. Even if it's just a little, I am willing to help. Eva turned into a white bird and rushed towards the devastated area. Haedon smiled at her, receding back before he forced himself to his office. As he sat in his chair, he glanced at the tall altar at a corner. Sacred altar. Every abyss had one. Enigma broke one, so now there were only 7 of them. I hope I never have to use it. Haedon looked at the huge altar and prayed with closed eyes. There will be peace. His own promise resounded in his mind. Haedon's eyes turned cold and he opened the reports. The first report was enough to make him tremble in rage. All the hideouts in low dungeons were wiped out. The last one was gone 3 hours ago. Bang! Haedon smashed the table and gritted his teeth. Humans, you never cease to amaze me. Where did you get the key? He couldn't help but ask. Other than ruins, I don't know of any other possibility. Beatrice entered the room and answered with an exhausted face. She was also following the case. The mission, Purge, caused them huge losses. The original plan was to weaken humans by killing the geniuses. After 30 or 40 years, it would create a situation where there would be far less level 8 and level 9. By then, they'd have killed the 8 sovereigns of humanity. So without any sovereigns and with far few level 9 and level 8s, Human Federation would pose no resistance to the 8 abysses. Even though humans had great defense thanks to their ever-advancing technology, nothing could replace a level 9. But the plan falling apart so thoroughly forced Haedon to rethink. What if humanity was a much bigger threat than it appeared to be? What if one of them find the secret of S+ legacy? Even though the possibility of that was 0, Haedon preferred to be cautious. More importantly, Enigma's display of strength was unsettling. He was sure she could grow to be a sovereign soon. Her potential didn't stop just there. She might even reach the celestial rank. If that happens, then their plan would fall apart. Not only that, they'd also lose the 8 abysses. The urgency was never higher. He tapped on the blue crystal attached to his desk and ordered. Kill Uranus's sovereign the time you find a chance. Go with full strength. Take help of the human sovereign. Beatrice walked up to him and cupped his cheeks. Since he was injured by the envoy, her work burden increased. There is a report I want you to see. She bit her lip and tapped on her bracelet. Varian. Level 5. Earth Defense Academy. First year. According to Academy records, he passed through a space crack and survived. He also found an immature ambrosia and went from level 2 to level 5. Now he is the strongest first year. Haedon squinted his eyes. Normally, a level 5 was nothing to him. But his intuition told him this one was different. After a slight recollection, he asked. There was a Federation-wide announcement. It was for him, right? Yes. Evander, Steelheart and Albert were involved. Recently, Varian is announced to be the disciple of Evander. He seems to have a close relationship with Siarah. Beatrice said with a frown. She too knew where this was going. The whole fiasco of him surviving the space crack was crap. Albert is a sly guy. Raising a genius secretly and now using such absurd reasons to deceive everyone. Haedon shook his head. Every power had geniuses in the open, but they would also nurture a few in the dark. But usually, the ones in the bright were the strongest and the ones in the dark were back up. Who knew Albert was packing a little monster? Haedon thought for a while and ordered. When he goes out on a mission, end him. After looking at Beatrice's exhausted yet determined face, Haedon sighed. I thought we could take it slow and with least losses. Beatrice smiled wryly. Haedon's eyes sharpened. Once the Uranus's sovereign falls, humans cannot defend themselves without a sovereign. We'll capture Uranus. All supply chains to Neptune will be cut off. An isolated Neptune will soon fall into our hands. With 2 planets gone, it's game over for humans. Beatrice's eyes brightened. In the past, Haedon wanted to minimize the losses and skip this plan. But this time, he was willing. Haedon closed his eyes and sighed. Many lives of my people will be lost. But if this is the cost for the survival of our race, so be it. I will be the sinner. Beatrice quickly hugged him and said softly. You are our savior. Not the sinner. Haedon still felt the pang of guilt. He was a commoner by birth, not even a noble. So he knew what it was like for a normal family to lose their source of support. He knew the sufferings of a lone mother. The pain of a lone child. That was why he tried to win without war, but he failed. This was the best he could do. Even though capturing Uranus would cost a great number of lives, the number would be far less than what an all-out war with Human Federation would cost. Beatrice whispered softly, soothing his heart. An emperor who does not value life and kill indiscriminately are tyrants. The emperor who values life so much that they fail to sacrifice it for the greater good are cowards. But you, my emperor, my husband is a person of compassion and ruthlessness. You save lives as much as you can, but you do not hesitate when you need to sacrifice them for the greater good. Beatrice whispered as she embraced him with love and respect. She uttered the words she didn't know were said to a human by his tutor. Those same words. The words filled with conviction. You are the one. Imperial Defense Academy wasn't monolithic. With its constituents, it was never destined to be. Instead, a group of powerful factions backed by powerful forces led its operations. These factions were composed of people nurtured by the said powers or those who sought refuge in them. A faction was thus essentially a group of cadets brought together for mutual benefits. But there was a chain of command that must be followed. Who led these factions? Like the outside world, the inside of the institution also faced the influence of the Big Two and Small Two. Prime families and military were the Big Two. Trade union and adventure guild were the Small Two. Of course, military faction was always the strongest and the largest. Second was the Prime family's faction. But since a Prime family's influence lasted only on their home planet, the Nile and Karen families didn't have much influence on Earth. It was rather Xander faction headed by Charles Xander and backed by the rulers of Earth, Xander family, that rose in the past 2 years. After its meteoric rise, it was almost as strong as the military faction. Since the start of the year, there were many conflicts between the military and Xander faction. The latest one being in the mission Purge. They competed to destroy the highest number of hideouts. It was a very close tie, but unfortunately, Xander's won. It was a huge blow to the military faction. They couldn't write it off as a one-time thing. The future was looking even more bleak. Xander faction was strengthened by the addition of Narcis Xander, a level 4. The worst part was that Ryan Albert, the grandson of Marshall, also joined Xander faction. He was supposed to join the military faction, but for some friendship, he abandoned the military faction. It wasn't that no one from military side joined Xander's before, but this was the grandson of a sovereign. The one who was potentially the leader of the military faction. The next genius in line, Adir, was from Karen family. He was still at the peak of level 3. He belonged to the Karen family and wouldn't matter much in the larger scheme of things. But the future seemed set. Once Charles Xander and Williamson graduate, Siarah would emerge as the strongest in the academy. Thus, military faction would be the undisputed first. For a year. Xander's would be weakened for a year, but not too much. Adrian would advance to level 6 next year and would hold the Xander faction together. Then came the worst. When Siarah graduates, the military faction would have to face the combined wrath of Narcis and the idiot, Ryan. Of course, open fighting wasn't encouraged. But what about duels? If a faction's leaders were crushed in the duels, who would want to join the losers? In fact, a faction simply needed to prevent members of the rival faction from completing the missions. That was enough to disintegrate a faction. The reason no such thing happened until now was because of the balance between the factions. The military and Xander faction were locked in rivalry. The adventurer faction sided with military and trade union faction with Xander's. But soon, the balance would break. Military faction would lose its supremacy, turning the academy into the backyard of Xander's. One would expect the dean to step in. But for some reason, he didn't seem to care at all. In the most luxurious dorm of the academy, the Amethyst community, the two vice heads of the military faction gathered. In an exquisite room with white marble and rare paintings, they sat side by side on a couch as they did their favorite pastime. Staring at the spirit garden in the backyard and cursing to vent work stress, I swear our academy has it the worst. Siarah is the strongest from our faction. But she doesn't even bother to participate in events most of the time. Mia grumbled with a grievance. As the leader of Reapers in the military faction, everyone only saw her aloof appearance. Except for the handsome man holding her hand. He was her partner in both profession and life. Druve. Leader of Blue Dragons in military faction. I wonder what the people under you would think if they see you acting this way. Druve chuckled and scraped her nose gently. You know what? I'll ask that Varian to join us. Actually, why didn't he contact us already? Mia swatted his hand and clutched her forehead. Maybe he thinks it is beneath him to ask by himself? Druve guessed. It was reasonable. After all, every cadet knew about the factions and their workings. Every year, factions would recruit members a few days after tutors were selected. So Varian should be fully aware of their existence. Or so they thought. The problem was that back then, Seth didn't bother to tell Varian. So Varian didn't attend the faction selection and immersed himself in practice. Heck, he didn't even know about the sovereign treasures until Richard introduced them. But to them, it appeared as if he was expecting them to contact him. Beg him. AI, this pride is too much. Druve sighed helplessly. I'd be surprised if he can be humble after reaching level 5 in first semester. Mia looked at the garden with a complicated face. No. We're just halfway through this sem. I remember you advanced to level 5 in what, 3rd or 4th semester? She glanced at him sideways and said. Druve's face twitched as he looked at Mia's expressionless face. Are you praising him or mocking me or both? And his master is the Sir Evander. When Mia said his name, her eyes were full of worship. To many, Evander was a personal hero. After losing his wife and son to Pluto War, he not only wasn't crushed, but forged himself to be a peak level 9. His exploits in the front lines were legendary. If it's him, I think there must be a reason for choosing Varian. Maybe he has other difficulties for not contacting us. Druve changed his opinion. Either way, let's meet him. We can't let this faction decline. Since they're familiar with each other, let Siarah convince him. She's the head of the faction anyway. Mia's face showed resignation upon mentioning the head. Unless it was important, Siarah didn't intervene in the faction matters. If not for them begging her to attend the faction-choosing ceremony, they'd be branded as liars for using her name. As they were about to contact Siarah, Mia's calm buzzed and she was informed of a guest who wanted to visit her. She agreed immediately. "Who is I?" Druve couldn't help but ask. "It's me." Richard Tyler entered the room and smiled lightly. He was clad in black and white butler suit. With a kind smile on his wrinkled face, he looked like a normal butler. "High Awakener Butler." Druve sighed inwardly and greeted the old man. After Mia served him a cup of tea, she cut to the chase. "What brings you here, Grandpa Richard?" Mia asked in a cordial tone mixed with respect. Richard was someone from Sovereign Albert's generation. He was the butler of Evander and watched him grow up. In the past, when Druve and Mia attended several high-level gatherings of military families, they would often see Richard. He'd attend the meeting in Evander's stead. Their parents, mid-generals and level 9s, showed proper courtesy to him. He was one of the honorary staff of the academy. Calling him Grandpa meant they were qualified enough. Richard was not a person who put on airs. He patted Mia and answered. "Master has an order regarding young master." Druve and Mia's ears perked up. Sure enough. It must be Sir Evander asking Junior Varian to not join the factions until now. He was letting Xanders grow to blow them down with Varian's entrance. The time has come, right? Druve couldn't stop grinning. Richard said. "Fend off all unnecessary disturbances to Varian. Do not let Xander faction intervene with his practice, even at the expense of military faction." His final words were uttered in the most solemn tone they ever heard. In short, support him with everything you can. Do not ask him to do anything for you. Druve and Mia's faces stiffened. They looked at each other and saw the same feeling in others' eyes. This is too much. Even Siarah helped them out for joining the faction. She was his own daughter and he hadn't uttered a word. But this was his disciple and he was going so far? But. Druve stuttered. "Grandpa Richard, you know how hard everyone in the faction worked to reach this position, right? How should we answer them if they question us?" Mia gritted her teeth and asked. Richard's eyes flashed and he thought back to the scene a few minutes ago. Then the villa itself was built from precious metals that could withstand even a High Awakener's strike. The most striking of all was the aura. It nearly condensed into droplets due to its heavy concentration and brought forth a suffocating pressure. A low awakener would faint just by entering, and if he wasn't provided proper treatment, he'd die of aura spike. This home was the envy of every High Awakener. It was the home of the man nicknamed Steelheart, Evander. Even though he spent more time in his office than home, Evander had times when even he returned to his home. The special times when no one was allowed to disturb him. After closing all the doors and windows, he played the recordings of his wife and son. Their first date. Their marriage. The birth of his son. Evander could see the joy on his face as he held his son for the first time. He was very careful. That moment, he thought his life was complete. But he learnt the good times were just starting. He watched the boy grow into man. At some point, his happiness reached the apex as he held his newborn daughter. He vowed to spoil her with all his love. Time passed and he loved every day. Then came that day. The day he wished was a lie. He opened the last recording of his wife. It was neither with him nor Siarah. It was a video of her class. She loved teaching. After finishing the class, Sylvia looked at her students apologetically. "My next 3 classes will be cancelled. I have to attend my son's award ceremony in Pluto. Another professor will take up my place for the time being." Gulp. 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 Evander downed bottle after bottle. If only he could actually get drunk. If only I went with her, I could have saved both her and Sam. Evander slumped on the couch as the events of the day played in his mind. By then, Sam was enlisted into the army for just 5 years and advanced to level 7. It was a moment of pride for both him and Sylvia. Sylvia wanted to attend the ceremony. He declined. The reason? It was Sarah's middle school graduation. He didn't want to miss his little princess's graduation. So he declined. It seemed like the right decision at that time. He could always meet his son after he returned to Earth, right? Even his wife used to say, "Dear, you will always make the right choice." Perhaps she was right. By not going, he survived. But it turned out to be the decision he regretted the most. That evening was still vivid in his memory. He was finishing the fairy tale of Moon and little Siarah was listening attentively. Then Richard came in with an anxious face. He was annoyed at Richard for disturbing his time with his little daughter. She just graduated and needed her father's company, okay? But looking at Richard's unusual solemn expression, an unknown fear gripped his heart. After coaxing her to sleep, he asked him the matter. All humans on Pluto were killed. You Uncle Richard, your jokes suck. Evander's voice trembled and he shook the old butler. Richard's eyes reddened and he closed his eyes. You can ask your father. His father was the marshal. He must not play such a cheap prank, right? With dread and hope, Evander called his father. I'm sorry, son. I couldn't find Slyvi. Evander threw away his calm and locked himself up in a room. He believed it was all fake. It was all a joke. Sylvia must be angry that he didn't attend Sam's ceremony. Yes. It must be it. He'd apologize. It's okay. Everything would be fine. She'd return the next day. No. He'd go there and bring them back. Sam can serve in Earth's armed forces. Pluto was too far. Even if Sam didn't agree, Evander decided to drag him back. So he desperately watched the comm contact his wife. Beep. No reply. Once. Twice. Thrice, he lost count. He couldn't contact even his son. Not just them, he couldn't contact the 50 officers he knew in Pluto. The reply to all his calls was, beep beep, the other party is not available. Listening to those cruel words, Evander's world collapsed. Suddenly, the air turned incredibly heavy. He couldn't breathe properly. It was as if someone was choking him out. Evander opened his mouth and gasped. He tried to say something. But all that came out was a pained groan. As he tried to control the dam that seemed to burst, he caught the sight of something. Their family photo. It was the day Sam was enlisted into Pluto Army. Siarah was very young, and he sat her down on his shoulders. On his left was the love of his life. Sylvia. The most amazing and kindest woman he ever knew. On his right was the pride of his life. Sam. If there was one person's future Evander thought was the brightest, it was Sam's. He was everything he ever wanted to be. Brave. Resolved. Responsible. Disciplined. Sam was better than him in every way. He would soon surpass his father. And that only made Evander prouder. So the Evander in the photo wrapped his arm around Sam's shoulder. His eyes were filled with pride. He couldn't be happier. He was telling the world, I'm the proudest father. As the memories came crashing down, Evander scrambled to the photo. Sam. Suddenly the photo blurred. It was like a layer of water was covering it. Evander tried to wipe the photo, but the wetness on his cheeks made him realize that it was his vision that turned blurry. He wiped off his tears and saw the woman in the photo smiling at him. Sly. He choked up and did something he never thought he would. He wailed. A grown man. A high awakener. A rising star in the military. All his pride, intellect and composure was blown away under the grief and left him in tears. After 2 weeks of endless darkness, Evander finally saw the light. He didn't know when thought that came to him. Perhaps it was the words his wife and son always used to say. Dear, you will always make the right choice. Dad, even if you are not the strongest, you are the most important person. He took those words to heart and decided. My life's purpose is to exterminate the Abyssals. I'll avenge you. This is my decision. Evander's life took a turn after that vow. He ventured into the abysses, fought in ruins, and battled in the front lines. He danced at the edge of death. Every day was a fight for destiny. Before he knew it, he was the High General of Earth. But that only meant he was one step closer to achieving his life's purpose. In just 3 years, he went from a mid-level 9 to high-level 9. This was an astounding speed unseen in human history. Even sovereigns were slower. However, it was only after the deed was done that Evander discovered the price he had to pay. The reckless fighting piled up his hidden injuries and cut off his path to sovereign state. Of course, he didn't believe it, but as months passed without an iota of progress, his mind couldn't help but ask. What if I couldn't do it? What if another planet is captured? What if another Abyss King pops up? There were too many ways things could go wrong. Perhaps even after all his tries, he'd never advance to sovereign. As his worries grew, so did his daughter. She was the second best talent he'd ever seen. He was proud of her. But a dual awakener could never be a sovereign. Evander wondered if this was the cruel joke of fate. It took away his wife and his son. It left 2 people who couldn't ever be sovereigns to avenge the dead. Was it so that they could live in helplessness? Despite the looming despair, he continued to persist. He worked harder and helped everyone he could. The actual reason he couldn't accept apprentices was all his resources were directed back to the army. He helped the geniuses fighting in the front lines. He hoped maybe, just maybe his help could create a sovereign. Even though he knew it would take decades for a sovereign to be born. But he'd keep trying. As long as they could help achieve his dream. As long as he could avenge. That was why, even if Charles Xander's actions were over the top, he let them. Charles was much talented than him and was likely to be the youngest sovereign. Due to that, even last year, Siarah gained more talent. But still. If only you were not a dual awakener. Evander closed the videos and sighed. After a long time, he opened his comm and looked at their call logs. They talked once every 3 weeks. That too lasted for 2 minutes, and it was him asking her to do this or expecting that. I'm sorry, Siarah. Evander closed his eyes. Their relationship dwindled due to his actions. After their deaths, Siarah still came to him asking to watch the moon with her. She grew up. She knew the cruelty of the world. So she just wanted to spend the time with her father. Perhaps she was afraid she'd lose him too. So she asked for a world of white moon. A world with peace. I want to visit the white moon with my father. But her simple wish was met with a harsh response. Siarah, you have grown up. Don't disappoint me with such childish requests. Saying those words, he pushed her away. She thought he was despising her. No. He was despising himself. She thought he was pushing her away. No. He was running away. Every time he saw her, he'd recall that day. Instead of going to Sarah's middle school graduation, he could have gone with his wife to Sam's ceremony. If he was there with her, maybe he could save her. Maybe at least save their son. Maybe. The regret was too much to bear, and Evander wished he could find it in himself to look at Siarah straight in the eye and say, I'm sorry, none of this was your fault. As he gulped down another mouthful of wine, Richard's anxious voice came from the living room. Master. A big news. Evander appeared in the living room the next moment and frowned. Uncle Richard, you should know I hate to be disturbed during this time. He said, barely suppressing his anger. Richard bowed and replied. You can punish me however you like after listening to this news. Oh. Then please. Evander decided to punish him if it was something not important enough. These sessions were his only source of solace. They shouldn't be disturbed. Even if it was Richard. Young master, I mean, your disciple, he advanced to level 5 and ranked 405 on honor list. Richard's voice trembled. Crack. Evander dropped the wine bottle in his hand and gaped. Say what? A/N, there is a change in the first chapter. Nothing deleted. But I added a small sequence. You can continue the story and miss nothing. But if you want that extra bit of foreshadowing, go read. P.S. Shamelessly asking for gifts. Oh great reader, help out the author. Evander's eyes that used to carry a spark of certainty in them were now erratic. His burly frame shook uncontrollably. He gripped the couch with a hand. It was as if a great flood within him. Despite Richard's strength, he felt severe pressure under Evander's unintentional move. A trace of blood leaked from his mouth as he smiled. Master, you have grown up. With those words, Evander woke up. He hurriedly suppressed his aura and sat Richard down. It was incredibly rare for him to lose control. But it happened twice recently. The first when someone wanted to assassinate Siarah. The second was when he heard Enigma slaughtered the Aster clan. That damn. He shook his head and fed Richard a special potion. Richard's pale face quickly turned ruddy. Are you all right? He asked with concern. Richard opened his eyes and nodded. It's all right. I survived even the aura pressure of your father. I guess I won't die so easily. Then he stood up and even did a few push-ups to demonstrate that he's all right. Evander sighed in relief before thinking of Richard's words. His father's, a sovereign's pressure. As soon as sovereign came up, Evander's mind was quickly pulled back to the previous topic. If he couldn't become a sovereign, then his disciple. Uncle Richard, did you personally verify Varian reaching level 5? Evander asked again. This time, his voice was a bit subdued. Richard nodded. I glanced at him after the little girl Anna took Siarah away. His aura fluctuations are unmistakably an entry-level 5s. Evander slumped on the couch. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't. After a while, he sighed and walked to the window. The sun had already set. He could see the red moon in the blue sky. Evander didn't know why, but he recalled every time he promised Siarah an earth with a white moon. Even his own vow. I couldn't do it. But he can. The moment the thought popped up, Evander threw his head back and laughed. Yes. He is the one. Evander turned to Richard and said in an excited tone. Master? Richard responded in awkward questioning tone. Why did Evander react? No, overreact too much. Even if Varian advanced to level 5 3 or 4 months before Charles, it didn't mean much. You don't understand. Evander shook his head looking at Richard's confusion. Did you check his level when you first met him? Richard shook his head. I didn't. So the only time you knew his level was once he came out of the Tower of Trials. Evander raised the corners of his mouth. Before he went in, guess his level. Richard thought of something and his eyes widened. Peak of level 4? He advanced to level 5 in a few hours. Advancing at higher levels needed days of preparations. Once the bottleneck was broken, the Awakener must fill up their expanded aura reserves. That itself took nearly a day. Only then would they properly exude the aura of their new level. If Varian could cut short the process to a few hours, he was a monster. No. You're underestimating him. Even I did. Richard shook his head, recalling the meeting with Varian. I scanned his level. It was only approaching peak of level 4. In others' words, he was a high level 4. So he reached peak level 4, hit the bottleneck, broke it and advanced to level 5 in a day or two. Evander explained. He didn't dare to say his other guess. Varian might have done all that in a few hours after reaching the Tower of Trials. Then, he showed the awakening time of Varian and his speed from a level 1 to level 2. Good lord. Richard, the calmest man Evander knew, covered his mouth in shock. He was a generation higher than Evander and lived for more than years him. Yet, even he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Master, you picked a monster," Richard said, his voice laced with emotion. Evander was taken back before he shook his head. He looked at Richard and said with a wry smile, "I didn't pick the monster. The monster picked me." He played their meeting. In the hologram, Richard saw the other side of the calm young man. A side of absolute confidence and dominance. "Why should I make you my disciple?" "Because I am the best genius Earth can offer." When he said those words, Richard felt the conviction in his words. It wasn't his opinion. He was just stating the facts. Not just Earth. The entire Federation had no one to match him. Richard understood why Varian only focused on training so much that he didn't even bother to check about the sovereign treasures or internal news. With his talent, he'd be the peak of level 6 soon. Then perhaps in a year or less, he'd advance to a High Awakener. For such a cadet, what use were factions, news and even missions? Richard sighed deeply. He didn't know his young master hid so much of his talent. In fact, both he and Evander didn't know Varian was hiding his trump card. 5 divine paths. The hologram recording continued. "All right. But if you do not advance to level 5 this semester, I'll terminate the discipleship. Siarah will cut off contact with, ahem." Evander hurriedly closed the recording and coughed. Thinking back, he just told that to push him and beat down his arrogance. His actual expectation was Varian advancing to level 5 in second semester. "We only need to ensure we don't hinder his growth," Evander said in a solemn tone. They both knew the implications. This young man was destined to be a sovereign. Perhaps, he could even break open the power ceiling and reach a state no one ever knew. Richard asked, "Should we send a level 9 to protect him?" Evander thought for a while before sighing. He has a secret. What if he feels the protector we sent is for spying on him? I don't want to break the goodwill. Richard thought for a while and proposed. Then let him be with Anna. Even though she concealed it, I can feel her advancement. She reached level 9. The world would be shocked if they found out that a level 9 awakener was a maid. Heck. Even Evander was surprised. But Anna, she only listens to Siarah. Evander knitted his brows in frustration. Anna was deeply indebted to Silivia. So much that she gave up her post as Athena Earth branch head and took care of Siarah like a normal maid. Due to the fact that he avoided Siarah, the relationship between him and Anna deteriorated. In fact, Evander knew she downright loathed him. As if to prove it, she never entered the dean's block. Even when they met, all she gave was a professional smile. When Sylvia was alive, he helped Anna in combat. Slyivia treated her as sister, so did he. The reason he was fine distancing Siarah and not send protectors after her was Anna. I will request Anna," Evander said after swallowing his pride. "Instruct the military faction to support Varian unconditionally. Do not ask anything of him." "Yes." Richard stood up and was about to leave. "One more thing. Gather the faction heads, I'll convene a meeting. Call Varian by the way, make him a vice head of the military faction." Richard nodded and shot towards the Amethyst community. The vice heads of military faction, Dhruv and Mia, were in for a surprise. "I am not peeking." Williamson hurriedly shook his head. Inside his mind, he was yelling. "Shouldn't you be in deep meditation? How can you wake up so casually? You were staring at me for 10 minutes already." Varian looked at him with contempt. His expression seemed to say, "Come up with a better lie." William nearly coughed out blood. "Cool. Be cool, William. You are the second strongest in the academy anyway. What if you peek at a guy?" "Bah. It's not peeking. Ahem. I was just checking out your practice," William explained. Seeing that Varian wasn't convinced, he added, I'm Williamson. Second in Amethyst list. Head of Adventurers Faction. Factions, what factions? Varian muttered. But William's keen mental sense didn't miss those words. With a dumbfounded expression, he asked. Jay Jr., are you sure you are not a high school student? You don't even know what factions are? But to reach this floor as a high school student? Absurd. Is this first-year cadet living under a rock? Varian was taken back and said with the same dumbfounded expression. Senior, you don't know me? Are you sure you are not living under a rock? Huh. William thought he was hearing things. But his mental sense couldn't be wrong. He wasn't living under a rock. He was living in seclusion for the past few days. Of course, seclusion meant deep meditation where he couldn't be disturbed, unlike a certain someone who just woke up casually. So he didn't know the recent events. But there's no way he wouldn't have heard of a first year who could reach 20th floor. In fact, he knew all the strong ones during the faction selection. So this guy was not a top one in the first year, but somehow reached this floor. That left only one possibility. Junior, as a second year, you shouldn't insult your honor by pretending to be a first year. What's more, you are very talented. How about joining Adventurers Faction? William threw an invitation. Regardless of his eccentric hobbies, the guy in front of him was the real deal. Varian had Boo's summarize factions and search up Adventurers Faction. So he's not lying. Varian's mouth twitched and he nodded. So you really don't know me? William rolled his eyes. Of course I don't. Are you a celebrity or what? Well, I am. Varian swiped his calm. Hundreds of news article posts filled the space between them. The first trending topic was #Varian. The second trending topic was #Siarah and Varian. William's eyes widened. He quickly used his mental sense to read up the top news. Varian stood up and nodded. Nice to meet you, Senior Williamson. I'm Varian. William sighed and looked at him with a complicated expression. So you are the guy. Huh. I thought you didn't know me. Varian said, closing the holograms. Siarah said how you saved the team. Twice. It's great that you're alive. William said with a genuine smile. Not hesitating to risk your life for your comrades. I like you, Junior. William appeared beside Varian and patted his shoulder. Varian hurriedly took a step back. I'm straight, Senior. I like girls. Why you, do I look like that? Varian nodded. Damn. At least show me some respect like others. I'm an amethyst list anyway. William looked at him weakly. Then his calm buzzed. He read the notification and smirked at Varian. Dean called the faction heads for a meeting. Oh. Varian nodded lightly. William raised his head and sighed in melancholy. Even though you're his disciple, I bet he meets the faction heads more than you. I see. Varian glanced at him expressionlessly. Show some more emotion, will you? William thought and his eyes lit up. He walked up the floor leaving a lonely back. He paused and raised his head at 45 degrees. Don't envy me, Varian. Even I envy myself sometimes. He said with a profound expression. Varian sat down and started to meditate. William's shoulders slumped and he shook his head. At least Siarah responds. He's straight up ignoring. He exited the aura well and reached the dean's block. In the meeting hall, he saw Charles, Druve and Mia. The other minor faction heads also arrived. But the four of them represented the biggest factions. Charles seemed to be in deep thought as he kept tapping his chair. Druve and Mia had a resigned expression on their faces. William greeted the three and asked. Why are you guys so down? This is not the first time Siarah skipped meetings. Mia took a deep breath and shook her head. Just leave me alone, William. I might start a fight. William turned to Druve. Unexpectedly, Even the usually calm Drew looked at him with deadpan eyes. I see. You guys quarreled or something. William shook his hands and sat down beside Charles. This is why dating is dangerous, he said with a profound expression. Ow. Senior William is so handsome. The best senior. Even in the minor factions, he had some fangirls. William flashed them a smile and turned to Charles. Are you worried? He asked with a smirk. Charles ignored him. He continued to browse a file on the ruins. William dropped the bombshell. Varian beat your record, Charles. Everyone knows it. Charles paused. He turned to William and stared into his eyes. William, you are the second in the list. Yes. Even if I can beat 100 of you, you'd still be second. Because the third is worse than you. Charles' eyes flashes as a massive aura pressure descended on William. William's eyes widened and he hurriedly channeled his own aura to offset the pressure. He can already see the bottleneck? William was shocked. Charles was much stronger than he expected. The other faction heads felt their conflict and distanced themselves. Drew called him out. Stop it, Charles. This is Dean's block. Show some respect. Dean's block? Charles chuckled and extended his pressure onto Drew and Mia. Instantly, their faces paled as they tried their best to fight back to no avail. Are you still in denial? I broke the rules so many times. Dean never said a word. In other words, he thinks I am useful to the Federation than useless people like you. Charles' lips curled. Just because we're in the same list doesn't mean our strengths are same. To me, you are still the same trash as that Varian. He said. Why, you'll be punished. William glared at him. If Siarah was here, the four of them could put on a fight against Charles. Punishment? Haha. You idiots. The Academy needs them. Charles' laughter paused abruptly. His eyes turned to the entrance. Evander arrived. Behind him were Siarah and Varian. A huge pressure descended on Charles and, creaked despite his resistance, it forced him back to his seat. Charles' face paled and a trace of blood flowed down his lips. But the most evident expression on his face was shock. Why? Didn't Evander acquiesce his actions as long as he was the strongest? Charles Xander, for serious violation of the rules, your cumulative points are slashed by 10%. Evander's voice reverberated. The crowd fell silent. A/N, shamelessly asking for gifts. Oh great reader, help out the author.